Labrīt! Prieks jūs visus redzēt.
Good morning. I'm very happy to see all of you here in the conference Cadastre Data, a better country tomorrow. So the best timing for this conference, or the best place for this conference, is on the 8th floor with a great view, 18 degrees outside, and the historic context of the old Riga. And we will have wonderful refreshments during the day, and we will also speak about a wonderful topic today. I am Vestur Celmiņš, I'm urban planner and also anthropologist, whatever it means. And during the next 5 or 6 hours, we will be together and we will discuss the future of cadastre data. What are the challenges that we face currently, both in Latvia and in Europe? And what data we should have in the nearest future. So during this discussion, we will have representatives not only from the State Land Service, but also from other bodies of Latvia and also from Europe, since the cadastre data have become much more topical of late. And here I'm not speaking about a decade, but just a few years, during which the situation has changed significantly, both on the ground, above the ground, and under the ground. We'll also speak about technologies and their use during planning, rational decision-making, communication with the public, and also external security, for example, in the context of the war in Ukraine. And we will also speak how topical these issues have become. Now, about the agenda, we'll begin with an opening speeches from the Ministry of Justice and the State Land Service. Then we will continue with a view of cadastre in Europe, and we'll have 3 wonderful presentations. The presentations will be in the English language and will be interpreted in the Latvian language. We'll have these 2 languages, and since we'll have representatives from various language areas. Then we'll speak about data and their importance in various contexts. And then we'll move to the second part, speak about data for better future in our country. We'll speak about our objectives as a public sector and also as a private sector, in particular considering that we inhabit public spaces both as public and private bodies, so we have to look at these aspects together. So this is a discussion, as I mentioned, and it is my personal invitation to you. Please use this time horizontally, because we have opinions on both sides, not only in front of this room. So let us use this time rationally, in a constructive way, and we'll speak about the importance of data currently, in the future, and what are our roles for this area to develop. Together with our organizers, we were quite ironic, and we joked about having Waze and having Google, and And to avoid any misunderstandings, this is irony, because people tend to think that Google is enough for everything, but this is not the case. This is a joke, and I hope that we'll debunk this myth during today. And we will underline the importance of cadastre data in general, their quality, their trustworthiness, and use for policy making on daily basis. So these were our 3 topics, and now we can proceed with our conference. I would also like to state that our discussion on cadastre data in Latvia will be streamlined in Delphi, so you'll be online. And we will also ask you to use Slido to transfer your questions, comments, or recommendations to panelists, because the 3rd largest challenge is public speaking. This is a global challenge. No one wants to stand up and ask questions openly. This causes a lot of stress, and due to this we ask to send in your questions via Slido. And if you have any questions if we have any questions from the room, then you can raise your hand and we'll give you a mic and you'll be able to ask a question, considering that this is a horizontal discussion. That was it from my side about our agenda, and now I would like to give the floor to our honorable guests, and the first will be Lauma Paigļkalna from the Ministry of Justice, Parliamentary Secretary. The floor goes to you. No, I have to apologize. Lauma Paigļkalna has not come today, so we'll give the floor to Vita Narnicka, the General Director of the State Land Service. Dear colleagues, I think that Lauma is on her way and she'll arrive in a moment. We can begin this conference, and I'm very happy that we are all here. We were quite worried as organizers. We were not sure that there'll be so many participants because it's almost summer, it's Friday, everyone wants to prepare for some beach time or Riga Marathon, and I hope some of you will also participate. But the topic of this conference is quite comprehensive as a marathon, because as a register we have existed for more than 25 years, and our marathon is collecting, streamlining, and distributing data. It seems to be very technical and boring. As Viestur said, we have Waze, we have Google and other tools, but I have to reveal a secret. Part of the data that you see there are data from the State Land Service, and this is the reality, and it's not vice versa. So today we need to speak about what we have, how we use what we have, whether we use it in a reasonable way. And I have another statement. Cadastre is no longer needed for the immovable property tax because this takes only maybe 20% of our work. There are many other more important things, and we see that users use our data in other ways. But as my Swedish colleague said, the head of the Swedish Cadastre, we are on the crossroads of the cadastre system in Europe, and this is a problem not only for Latvia but for the entire Europe. And this is due to the fact that technologies significantly change the way we can collect data. They also require different speeds, qualities, and formats. On the other hand, we can ask why we need the data. I think the answer is quite evident, because the next phase of development of data will be closely linked with the green policies. It sounds very boring, but it's clear that we will be affected by the climate change, and there is no doubt that it will happen. And I believe you also noticed that this spring is quite different than we usually have, because we had winter and suddenly there is summer, and it seems that spring never came. So we have to see how the climate change will affect our societies, and to see that we need geospatial data We need data on land plots, on buildings, and other details that we haven't even thought about. And these data are very important and needed to make correct decisions. We, as a society, as a state administration, elected politicians, all of us, we need to make our individual choices, because it is clear that during the next decade there will be a clear trend. The decisions will be made based on data. Everyone thinks that in ChatGPT you can find everything, but you can find only those things that exist, that have been described and are quite clear. Actually, in Latvia, we also have to understand what we need to give to the AI, what the AI can give to us. We also have to think about improving efficiency and speed. We have to reduce bureaucracy, less documents, more data. All of this is very important for us as a Cadastre, because this year we face many changes, both in processes and hopefully also in the system. I hope that it will be approved in the nearest future. And we also have to have a clear vision about what will happen in 5, 10 or 15 years, because now you can lose many things quickly and cheaply, but maybe we have to really consider this, because maybe we have to add something to make sure that in 5, 10 and 15 years the data are as highly demanded as currently. From my side, I think that's all, and I think now I have to give the floor to our panelists. It seems that something has happened with the parliamentary secretary, probably something very important. So we will continue our conference with the panelists.
Paldies Vitai Niskai. Notikās ar parlamentāru sekretāriju, viņi ir aizņemti.
Parliamentary secretary apparently is very busy in the ministry. I am very sorry for this episode, but things are changing also concerning our presentations. So we now move on to our next part, and as I've already mentioned, the following of the conference will be under umbrella of Cadastre in Europe. This is the title. So all next presentations will be in English, and you will receive an interpretation in your headsets. So further presentations, 3 presentations will be in English. 3 presentations. First presentation will be from Victoria Persson from Eurogeographics. Then at about 10 we will have presentation from State Service of Ukraine, and we will finish with Lithuanian Ministry of Environment until 10:35, when we will have a panel discussion. So 1.5 hours we will have discussion in English. If necessary, do use interpretation that is being provided. Afterwards we will have a coffee break, and after coffee break we will tackle Latvia's context. Again, do use the Slido function, through which you can ask questions, comment and recommend something in order for these conversations to be beneficial for both sides, panelists and the audience. So ask your questions and come up with recommendations or comments. Without further delay, we will invite now the first speaker, and I will switch to English in order to be understood by the expert. Next topic is the storyline and benefits of the open maps of Europe. Victoria Persson, project manager.
Presentation on open maps of Europe 2. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Oh, you have it.
I'm bringing these with me in case there will be a question in Latvian. Thank you. Hi, everyone. Thank you for being here in the morning. It's an honor to be here at the event Cadastral Data, A Better Country Tomorrow. Thank you to the State Land Service of Latvia for having invited me and for hosting the event, and also for providing interpreters who will take what I say in English and explain what I mean in Latvian. This means that those of you who are listening in Latvian will likely understand what I'm trying to say even better than those of you that are listening in English. So thank you, interpreters. Europe's cadastral data needs to be available and accessible in one place. If you remember nothing else from my presentation today, please bring that with you. We have already seen in other contexts, not least Spain, how the aggregation of cadastral data boosts the economy nationally, and we are convinced that we will see a similar boost in Europe on European level. And that will be the effect that await us if we obtain a truly pan-European cadastral data set. I'm a manager of European cadastral data, and I frequently get requests for European cadastral data from companies from the insurance sector, finance, real estate. Now, these can be national companies that would like to make it on the European market. It can also be global companies who already are on the European market but don't have this data and spend a lot of resources trying to get it. The demand for pan-European cadastral data is very high. Large European institutions or large international institutions like the European Union and the UN sorely needs pan-European cadastral data as well. And they find it hard to find, access, and license multi-country cadastral data. Now, the ones in the whole world that are the best situated to take on this task is Europe's cadastral agencies and land registry agencies. They hold the data, not to say produce it. They know their data, they have the knowledge. And importantly, if they take on this task, they maintain the power over how the data is presented and dispersed, and importantly, that what is presented and published is correct. Europe's cadastral agencies already do work together. They are joined and work together within the framework of Eurogeographics. That's my organization that I come from, that I'm here representing today. We're the membership organization of Europe's national mapping, cadastral, and land registry agencies. What we do is that we represent our members' interests internationally in the UN, EU, but we also facilitate knowledge exchange between our members to make sure that we grow together. And we facilitate access to our members' data, and that's the most important part of my presentation here today. We want to increase the use and reuse of our members' cadastral data in line with the EU Open Data Directive. Now, Eurogeographics have a project called Open Maps for Europe 2. It's the second in the line of 2 projects that we've had. The first one was called Open Maps for Europe, shocker. And Open Maps for Europe facilitate access to our members' cadastral data. And we do this through the Open Cadastral Map. It's a single place for Europe's high-value data themes. There are cadastral data themes, cadastral parcels, but also administrative units, buildings, and addresses. Our members provide their data to us to a European specification. And we hold the members' data centrally. We need to do that in order for the production process to work. We then visualize it. We showcase what's out there, what's available, and we provide it via APIs. So WMS, WMTS, just so that I'm aware of what audience I have here today. Please raise your hand if you're familiar with APIs. All right, okay. So that's a way of accessing data, and in this case, without actually downloading the data. Because if the users want to download the data, they will do that from our members' geo portals. But what we do is we show what data is there, and then we seamlessly lead them to our members' geo portals, increasing not only the visibility of their data sets, but also of their national geo portals. This project, OME2, it's co-funded by the European Union, by the European Commission through Digital Europe. And the aim of it is to connect users to open maps for Europe from, and this is important, official national sources. We develop production processes and prototypes for harmonized large-scale cadastral data, but also for topographic data. They're aligned to EU and UN requirements. So this project really lays the foundation for future pan-European high-value data sets. And it's a project that will benefit both the users of data and the data suppliers. It benefits the private sector, the public sector, the academic sector. It addresses the challenge that I mentioned earlier of finding, easily accessing, and licensing authoritative pan-European high-value geospatial data. It saves users time, resource, and efforts by providing data from multiple countries through one central portal and under one easy-to-understand license. Anyone who has worked with licenses before knows that aggregating several licenses, and oh, I see that some of you have, it can be quite a hassle, so we save that for the users. But very importantly, we support Europe's national mapping, cadastral, and land registry agencies in implementing the rules for the Open Data and Reuse of Public Sector Information Directive, not least by the sharing of good practices. This project, to summarize, it demonstrates how the demand for geospatial information in all the common data spaces of the European strategy for data, how we can meet that demand. So there is a minimum requirement to participate your data to the Open Cadastral Map. It is to provide the data in Inspire compliant GML files that are zipped and provided via Atom feeds. And for those of you that are technical, I hope that's interesting. And for those of you that are not, that's okay. What is important in that sentence is that just like Europe has different languages to communicate, right? We also have varying ways of producing data and of making that data public and available. So we need, in order to have pan-European data sets, we need data translators in each country to translate or transform the data into a European standard. Because then we can use that data from multiple countries to use one production process for pan-European data that is both technically feasible, but also financially viable. We currently have a prototype including 6 countries: Czech Republic, Denmark, the Netherlands, Poland, Slovenia, and Spain. Latvia will join us this year. We're very happy for that. We also thank Greece, Luxembourg, and Slovakia for providing their data to us and allowing us to showcase it on the Open Cadastral Map, in the Open Cadastral Map on our Open Maps for Europe portal. By the end of next year, we will have added another 5 countries, bringing the total number of countries in the Open Cadastral Map to 15. So, where do we go from here? What's next? Well, the next few years are some of the most important ones for pan-European cadastral data production. This is when we decide where we are going, what's the next step, and this is where we decide how to get there. Our members' support and our stakeholders' support are vital to obtain a truly pan-European cadastral data sets post or after 2025. And when I say pan-European, the EU 27 is the minimum, but we would like to include all of geographical Europe because that is our membership extension. We have proved with the Open Cadastral Map that this is within our reach. We have a production process that is technically viable, financially viable, and we know that the demand is there, we know the demand is high. But what OME2 is really delivering here, more than a prototype, is an infrastructure and a production process, a proof of concept that our partners or key stakeholders who wish to can use and fund to create pan-European high-value data in the future. That's the real delivery of this project. And exactly what that will look like is being chiseled out as we speak. The Hellenic Cadastre and the Spanish Cadastres, they are leading on the development of the Open Cadastral Map. And they are right now surveying Europe's cadastral agencies to understand what their views are, what your views are, on different standardization approaches to harmonize cadastral data. What formats do you prefer? What is the best way for us to bring this forward? Do we need to tweak the production process a little bit? The aim is to develop guidelines about best practices for cadastral agencies and for the users. And ultimately, the Spanish and Hellenic cadastres will provide a European cadastral data strategy. These results will be delivered next year at the PCC conference in 2025. Parallel to that, Eurogeographics are investigating members' views on data production after 2025. How we will do it, how we will fund it. We're expecting, I'm very excited to expect an update after this summer and a complete plan next year. So watch this space. Making Europe's cadastral data available, visible, accessible in one single place is vital for Europe's economy and security. So let's make that happen. Thank you.
Thank you to Victoria Perchon. We will resume to quite a few questions during the panel hearing, so please hold the questions you may have, Victoria. I think this is a fantastic framework for the conversation we're going to have in about a half an hour or so, and I hope that we're going to have even more of those once we get to that. Thank you, Victoria.
Thank you very much.
Since I'm going to be now dealing with the European side, I'm going to continue speaking in English. I hope that's fine with our translators in the back. We are a little ahead of our time, and Victoria was very, very precise on that, pedantic. So we're going to make sure that somebody in the back tells me that our Ukrainian counterpart is here. Okay, fantastic. So we're going to have a Zoom call now from Ukraine. Our next speaker is Dmytro Makarenko, Ukraine State Geodesic, Cartographic and Cadastre head from Ukraine, zooming in. Okay, Dmytro, can you hear us?
Yes, good morning, I can hear you.
Great, fantastic. So our next about 15 minutes or so, Dmytro can take even more than 17 minutes for a time. We will hear on the securing the cadastre data in Ukraine since the brutal invasion of Russia into Ukraine in 2022. So how this cadastre data has been secured, managed, and provided for their agencies by Ukraine since the war in Ukraine broke out. Dmytro, we're very happy to have you here. Thank you so much for taking the time. Thank you so much for bringing this news to us in Latvia, and we're having our hopes high for this next 50 minutes or so. So the floor is yours, Dmytro. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm very pleased to be with you, even online. Of course, I would like to be present physically, but probably next time we will manage to have it in person. Let me start my speech, my presentation. I will tell you about main challenges and main achievements of State Geocadastre in administrating and managing of the land relations and cadastre during the active phase of the war in Ukraine. So I believe that you will help me with the clicking of the slide. So we may go to another one. Yes, thank you. So this is the key topics that I would like to cover during my presentation. I will not go on this slide and repeat everything that is reflected on the screen. So we may go to the next one, and I will start from the beginning. Yes. So Ukraine is one of the biggest countries in Europe. You know it pretty well, and unfortunately, more than 20% of our country is occupied by Russian terrorists. And at the moment, we have already the third year of the, it was very correctly said, brutal invasion of the barbarians against Ukrainian democracy. But we should work in the current conditions what we have. So that is why the main responsibilities of State Geocadastre, which are reflected on the next slide, are remaining the same. You may switch to the next one. Yes, so the key responsibilities of State Geocadastre, even within the martial law, are the providing of the administrative services to the citizens. We should ensure the proper control for the land use. We are managing and administrating the state land cadastre and national spatial data infrastructure, and we are responsible for mapping, for topography, and for geodesy. But what are the key challenges for us after the 24th of February 2022? First of all, as I mentioned, we have introduced the martial law across all territory of Ukraine, which of course affected and presented some restrictions to the daily life and daily operations, not only for the state systems, but also for the citizens. And the main restrictions that we are put to our system is the totally closing of the state public cadastral map meaning that citizens are not allowed publicly to operate cadastral parcels, to see the cadastral parcels, and to have the online access within the web applications to cadastral data. We also closed the state geodetic geoportal, which contained the coordinates, and we fully restricted the NSDI pilot geoportal, which had the very sensitive cartographic and mapping information about everything, I would say everything in the country. And also our local municipalities, cities, they also closed the geoportals of their own. And also what is very important, within the martial law, we received the stopping of any privatization processes for the citizens of land, which means that they are not allowed to receive into the property from the communal or state land, but they may receive it into the property only if they have house, which is duly registered in the registry rights of the Ministry of Justice. That is the only case. And also we are forbidden to have any kind of the inspections and control measures for the private business within the martial law. So we are only monitoring with no actions taken. We can go to another slide. I will say you several words about state land cadastre in general. So it is the biggest GIS system of Ukraine, which has more than 25 million of land parcels registered in the system. Also, we have information about state border inserted in the cadastre, but it is very important to mention that only EU member states border is properly inserted to the cadastre, and we have a slight problems with inserting the data of the border with Belarus, with Russians, and with the part of Moldovan territory, which is not where it's not possible to ensure the proper access of the Commission to make the demarcation and the delimitation. Also, in the state land cadastre, we do have the boundaries of approximately 33% of cities or administrative territorial units in Ukraine. This is not responsibility of state geocadastre to make this documentation and to put it into cadastre, but this is responsibility of the municipalities. We are only administrating this data. And also land normative valuation we do have in the cadastre, which is basically the basis for the land lease calculation and for the land tax calculation. And this is very important to mention that we are inserting and we are ready to put into cadastre all documentation and all digital calculation files which are being developed also by municipalities. So as you may see in the slide, the fullness of state land cadastre in Ukraine is dynamic, but the average percentage is 74% of the fullness. And on my next slides, I will tell you how we are processing with improving of this figure. So we may go to the next one. Apart from the information that I have already mentioned, the state land cadastre has good interactions with other systems and also contains the information about data, geospatial-based data, which are not being done by state geocadastre itself. So we do have the interactions with State Natural Fund of Ukraine, which is coordinated by the Ministry of Nature. We do have the forests. We do have the Emerald Network in the cadastre. Also, The defense lands are there in the cadastre, but they are closed totally from any kind of access at the moment. And also information about energy facilities and subsoils. But it is very important to mention that there are some technical and legal aspects that should be modified a little bit to make this information being legal from the position of the state land cadastre. At the moment, this information is mainly used as informational, and for the reference data, for example, for our registrars who are taking decisions on the land parcel registration or any other transaction. The next slide, please. Then this day came basically to our place, and it seems that we received a lot of problems and other priorities that should be solved very timely and in the urgent way. And of course, having such strategic system in place as state land cadastre, it was our key priority to rethink about the operation, about data security and security of the people who are working with the state land cadastre. We may go to the next one, and I will briefly tell you the way how we managed with this task. So basically, in February until March, we completely blocked the cadastral system, and when the Russians were very close to Kyiv, we were obliged to physically remove the system and reallocate the system from Kyiv to the west, and we have done it, I think, successfully. When the situation became more stable, and when Ukrainian armed forces managed to move the line of invasion to the west, we returned back the state cadastral system in May, and we decided to take decision to restore the operation of the cadastral system with no public access. So starting from the May, cadastral system was still renewed and started its operation. Despite the very difficult condition, we managed to develop the system, and we managed to introduce the new functions during this period. It was very important for us to ensure the proper economical activity of the country and make everything that is possible for the market to receive the services from cadastre, even in terms of the martial law restrictions and active military actions. That is why we introduced the automated services dedicated to the normative land valuation extracts for agricultural lands, for example, which allowed citizens to order from any place of Ukraine the online extract for the agricultural lands which are being proceeded by them with the QR code, which may be used for checking. And these extracts may be also used, for example, for taxation and the lease agreements. Also, we received a very good support from the World Bank, and we agreed on re-engineering of the state land cadastre system, which foresees mainly the hardware, the modern hardware and software, and we are still in the process of the re-engineering of the system. We may go to the next slide, and I will show you the specific issues of the operation of the cadastre. So we also inserted a special functionality in the cadastre which allows us to block any activities with the lands which are located on the territories which are under occupation, or on the lands which are temporarily blocked or under threat. For us, a very important issue, of course, is the security and safety of our personnel. That is why we are monitoring the situation on the front line, and we are taking very timely and urgent decisions, for example, on reallocation of the personnel, regarding the providing them of the remote access to their working places, and blocking of any kind of operation within the system and the lands on the mentioned territories. We may go to the next slide. There is the comparison regarding the peacetime and the wartime. And here is several aspects that I would like to mention. First of all, is that now the State Cadastre approves the list of the cadastral registers who are authorized to operate their system and make any kind of registrations or other activities within the system. And at the moment, we have only 762 registers which are available and fully authorized to make some registration within the system across Ukraine. The second very important thing that I mentioned already is that public cadastral map is closed. So it is impossible to view the cadastral parcels online utilization the web instruments. But the state land cadastre is working, so the system is working itself, but with no public access. And we are receiving a lot of critics regarding such strict measures. But I think that it is not a proper time to open the information. And of course, we will open it right after we receive a proper background for that. The use of information of the state land cadastre. We also restricted the utilization of the coordinates, which could be received from the system. So the information is okay, but without the coordinates, of course, it is not very comfortable for the land managers. But we need to be very careful with such sensitive data. And these land managers who are authorized and who have the proper access to the system, they do receive the coordinates, but only parcel by parcel, not with the massives of the data. I would like also to mention some issues about the services of state land cadastre that we are providing to the business. We may go to the next slide. One of the most important services that is given by us is registrations of the land parcel. And it was very important to ensure the online registrations of the parcels, which means that people can do it remotely, not in the place where the land parcel is located. And you may see the statistics. So we have double less registrations in 2023 comparing to the 2021. I'm very happy that we ensured to the process of making it online. So the executors or land managers may develop their documentation and the digital file, which can be inserted within their personal cabinet on the portal of e-services. And then our cadastral registers may take the decision whether to register or not to register the land parcel if it has some problems in it. So almost 99%, I think that with this tool, we slightly simplified the life of many people in the country. The next slide is reflecting the way how we are planning to fill and improve and the data of Cadastre, and the main issue for us is making the inventory of the lands, because the majority of the lands which are not registered in the system is the lands of state property. Not the agricultural one, but of all categories. That is why we are making the state inventory of the lands. We are not having a lot budget for that, but we relaunched this process in 2023, and we have conducted the state inventory for the area of more than 1,000 of hectares, which is 72% of the initially planned for the year. In this year, we are planning to continue the process. So the plan is almost the same, 150,000 of hectares within the year. Step by step, I think that we will manage to slightly improve the fullness of Cadastre. We may go to another slide, and I will briefly tell you about the another important service of the state geocadastre, which is called the extracts from the state land cadastre. And you may see that we also have a slightly decrease regarding the extracts from cadastre, but also we ensured the possibility of online extracts, so both you can use it from receive it from the administrative services, but also from the system directly within the cabinet. And we have the share of the 75% last year, so it is also rather nice figure, but I think that we need to improve it more. We'll go next one. I need to hurry up, I think. The general information. So which are the main challenges regarding the security of data? Of course, first of all, this is the closed national resources. And probably this is the main issue for us. And this issue is breaking some economical models, but we will come to this issue later. Also, we need to address such challenges as blackouts in Ukraine. You know that Russians are targeting to the energy system in Ukraine, and Kyiv, especially several days this week, was without electricity at all. So we provided the generators and the backups for the system with some petrol in storages for the unlimited operation of the system within several periods. So we hope that this will be set up in the future, but we are ready for any unexpected actions here. Also, we established the backups of the system, and we are permanently monitoring the cyber attacks against the system, which are occurring rather often here, being frank. Another slide will show you the case with the paper form documentation, because the state cadastral system appeared not 10 years ago when the digital system was created, but it appeared many years ago. And it is very good that we have the digital cadastral docs at the moment, but what should we do with the paper form documentation which was stored in the archives? And this is also very important to us to secure the data. We consider it to be also the data of Cadastre, and we are still managing the process of digitalization of these documents. So last year we have done 1.3 million of land management documentation digitized. Still we have 6.7 million to be done. But year by year, with support of our territorial agencies, territorial units, we will manage to do this job. And also another issue which is very important is the personalization of the documentation, because we need to be in line with the personal data restrictions. To end my presentation, I would like to say you that the main challenges for us is of course, the data security, we need to be very active and very urgent in taking the decisions with reflection to the conditions on the market and in the country. And on the front line, we need to take decisions sharply. Hardware and sustainability is very important for the system. And here I would like to admit that we have a good support from international donors, which are helping us with the physical infrastructure of the system. We need to modify the existing processes to make life of the people better and also to ensure the proper economical activity of the country. We need to support the market, but not to create another blocking mechanism. And of course, the stable energy supply. This is very important for us. And I think that we have foreseen some safety mechanisms for this, but of course it depends on the general situation in the energy system of the country, because it is totally impossible to run and work with the system on the generator. Probably that is everything that I wanted to say. Thank you very much for having me with you, and I'm ready for any questions if there are.
I think round of applause for Dmitry. I think we can all agree that the work you're doing back in Ukraine amidst full-scale ongoing brutal invasion commends all of our respect. So we send our, I think, best greetings and prayers and thoughts to you. And again, the resilience of you hanging on to work despite the situation you're facing. Doing it not also in the regions where you have more peaceful, but also warfare. So this is really quite commends attention from our side. Do we have questions to Dmytro and using this time? Okay, I'll take that as a no. Dmytro, again, thank you so much for your time and for your attention. And again, we send you the best of luck in the work and pursuit you're doing. Thank you so much. Thank you. That was Dmytro Makarenko from State Geodesy Cartography and Cadastre Service. We'll be heading on with our next presenter before we resume to the panel. So again, please keep this in mind that you're more than welcome to send your questions, recommendations, or commentaries using the Slido, which you can see at the back of the screen. And we also will be making sure that we take those questions during the panel as we resume that in about 15 minutes. Without further ado, let's invite the next speaker to the front, and we'll have Saulius Urbanas, Spatial Data Analyst, Ministry of Environment of Lithuania, and the topic is Developments on Land Information Systems, or LIS, and Building Data Bank in Lithuania. Saulius, the floor is yours.
I hope the microphone works. Yeah, okay, excellent. So, listening what problems our Ukrainian colleagues facing, so our problem seems very minor, I would say, but still we look to developments of the Cadastre data, and what I intend to present you today, the two developments of the information systems where the Cadastre data serve as the I would say the horizontal source of information, assuring that the other information systems in the state would operate in the proper quality and efficiency. So the first we have the presentation about development of land information system. So the big change appeared this year in Lithuania, where the state land have been devoted from National Land Service, which was centralized owner or representative for the state rights in Lithuania, to municipalities. So the land which was passed to municipalities by a governmental decision belongs to towns and cities. This was done on purpose that municipalities will have more rights operating with the state land in reflecting to the citizens' demands, like, if you want to build a school or want to build the sporting facilities, then the municipality will have a capacity to perform things faster and better. So for the state, was a bit of challenge actually to make this inventory and presentation and decision on the 112,000 hectares of the state land. So, and as a result of this activity, we have been reorganizing our land information system. Up to this action, the land information system was focused on the creation of some data sets, and now is reorganized for the administration purpose. Means that we like to offer land administration information system as a tool for municipalities and national service that represent the state ownership on the state land. Plus, we like to offer more services by e-services to citizens that would be able to more efficiently operate or acquire or request the matters related to the state land. As you see, the information in the land information system is divided to two parts. The one part is the parcels, which are registered in land registry, where the state owns ownership rights. And the parcels are very clearly described. They have a unique codes and etc. And then, as we call the remaining land on the unregistered land, all what is the remaining from registration of the private ownership rights and state ownership rights on the parcels. So it means that all rivers, the roads and other stuff that are not registered, they still belong to the state, and this land also have been inventoried and provided to public. So, and this land information system is supposed to be the main instrument when the citizens apply for permission to use temporarily the land for rent, sale, or do whatever activities where a state need to provide their own decision. As well as the system is focused on the accounting the matters related to the state land, and also monitor the process how municipalities, we have 60 municipalities in Lithuania, how the municipalities are managing with the land administration. So the land information system is still under development and is supposed to be finalized by the end of 2024. So we are very much now on the push to have it the proper product. For now, we have 8 e-services where citizens or companies or whatever interested person could interact with the state. So, for example, to apply the request of temporarily using state land when there are construction process, or to apply for renting a land. So the citizens do not need to go to the authorities. They simply recognized by the e-system, and actually they apply, the request, and then get feedback either their request is approved or rejected. Currently, the land information systems is operating as in the middle line of the arrow, and we're very proud that we managed to utilize national spatial data infrastructure and the e-services that have been set up already in the national geoportal, so that we can grab the services, up and ready services, and compile to the new land information system without big harsh, actually, and without big investment, I would say, so with the minimal efforts. But of course, for developing the high integration with the processes and integration between document management, right decisions, and integrity between 60 municipalities, National Land Service, Center of Registers, and other state authorities that are responsible for the state land, we need to still do quite a lot, actually, by the end of this year. So the land information system now have been amended to so-called territorial planning and construction gate. This is the gate which utilizes the services from geoportal plus the services from different information systems For example, on the territorial planning, we have a TP3 and also territorial planning document information system, and also territorial planning data system. So where all of the spatial planning documentation become available, and people could interact, actually commenting on the new spatial planning documentation. Then connection with the TIS, which is topographical information system, where we gathering centralized data from municipalities, where the geodesists are making on the large scale mapping underground and utilities and buildings and other objects. And InfoStativa is the information system where people are interested to apply for the construction permits, and the construction permits validation of the request is handled in the InfoStativa service. So as you see that the land information system have been linked to activities which have been headed mainly on the developing infrastructure and constructions. So this integration is more and more strengthened in Lithuania. And very often, when you are constructing something or when you're using the spatial planning tools, you need to use temporarily or permanently or ask for the purchasing of the state land. And in this chain of activities, land information system will serve as the definitive instrument how to approach the owners of the state land and how to get permissions or rejections or decisions. And as well to this infrastructure, we are connecting the building data bank, which I'll tell you a bit more later, the new information system which is upcoming as well. So what we have actually in terms of what citizens could see and what become available from January of this year, that anyone can access to the map of the land information system through the website, and getting the map of the deviation where different rights belong to the municipalities and to the states, means that what was transferred to the municipalities from the January of this year. And actually you use interactively tools from the web browser. You can go deeper and find out which land actually belong to the state. It's visible in blue as a parcel, or which land belong to the state as so-called remaining land, so that free land, let's say, belong to the state, visible in orange that belong to the National Land Service, or in red that belong to the municipality. And of course you can go to the further details, you can zoom in to the larger scale and see exactly where the land belongs to which other ownership unit. So this I don't know how in Latvia and other countries in Lithuania that was super big change actually, because this information was for many years not available to everyone to see. And now when we arrange it and we're updating it each night, means that the information is actual on the daily basis. So then many individuals and companies and real estate development companies and others, they're really benefiting. And you can change the background. You can upload different data with this information. So and you can operate with that data actually without losing the connection with the state land objects. And of course, when you click to any parcel, you're getting information about unique number, about ownership right, about the plot of the land, and other characteristics. As well as you can search by unique number or address, or as well define information. And what is important, you can connect, as I said, a number of data, additional data, overlap with your state land map. So I mean compiling the map which you need, the information that upcoming as real estate cadastre data, or data from topographical engineering infrastructure, or data from forestry register, or data from protective areas, and etc. etc. So those data which become available as outcome of the information system have been compiled and linked there to this information system that users actually do not need to install anything. So this would be brief about land information system, and now I have still a few minutes to tell you about another one ambitious project called Building Data Bank. So the intention of initiating this project was that there is a growing need to meet the technological demands in terms of the building planning and construction that will accommodate the growing needs to the definitive repository of the information about the buildings, which in the short term, actually there is a demand that it would be streamline the renovation and also simplify the building maintenance. The buildings maintenance is actually an important matter for every building owner or the renter of the flat or apartment. So because the building life cycle is to be monitored all the time of the building construction and exploitation phase. So now we're compiling this project by June 2025, and there are 4 authorities involved to the consortia. We use the European funding for this activity, but the main ruling authority is the Construction Sector Development Agency, which have been merged also with our GIS centers, the state authority responsible for the geoportal and national spatial data infrastructure mean development. So it becomes the quite powerful big state unit. The State Directorate on Planning and Construction, Inspectorate on Plan and Territorial Planning and Construction is the main office which provides the building construction permits and controls how the construction process is ongoing. Environment Protection Agency is pretty clear what they are responsible for. The Ministry of Environment assures that this compilation of the definitive repository of the building data will be legislative properly maintained. So that what we like to do actually, we like to link the current information about buildings from state registers on dynamic link, so means not copying the data, but actually utilizing the state information system registries and as well as municipality information as state information. And on the left side, you see that the investigation on the data, which has not been really centralized in Lithuania and have been maintained by building administrators or communities or the other authorities that are responsible for the energy resource and other stuff. So what we, at the end, we aim to have a live information system where the information about buildings is compiled in definitive mark, and the different rights of the users, for example, the administrators could connect with their own account, and they could see all documentation related to the building from the construction stage to the control checks and the renovation process. So allowing also to make better decisions on the demand to demolish building or to renovate building or reconstruct the building or to do something else. And we foresee that this all will be linked also with my mentioned land information system and other information resources under the territorial planning and construction gate, as well as in the future, in the near future, we intend to accommodate building information modeling data, which is the upcoming technological demand strengthening the building maintenance. So that will be short from my side. So, and I hope we can, oh, it stopped working. Anyway, so I had the last slide where are my contact details, so certainly everyone would be able to get to see this slide. Oh yeah, it is. Sorry, thank you guys. So I think that for more details, probably we can have in the panel. Yeah.
Thank you. Round of applause for Saulius Urbanas. So you can remain here. This was a little joke. Once the time is over, the clicker doesn't work anymore.
Excellent.
Just kidding.
Excellent.
We're not such a big step yet, but for the future, you have to expect when you come to Riga, once your time is over, the clicker doesn't work anymore. The Wi-Fi is off, it's over. Okay, we're moving on for the next panel, and as I said in the beginning, we will have the European focus for the remaining hour or so, and then for the next session, we'll turn into Latvia's context and state context. Okay, so again, please keep in mind that we would like to have the questions and comments or recommendations from your side. Let's make this into a conversation. I will try to accommodate any possible inquiries you might have from the audience. Okay, so let's make the most of this time together. Without further ado, let me invite our esteemed speakers and experts that you have heard in a second, focusing on the role of Cadastre in modern Europe and looking forward. Let's start with Victoria Persson, again, as we heard, Project Manager at Data Access and Integration, Eurogeographics. Victoria, please, the floor is yours. You can choose any seat you'd like to have. This is the suggestion and improvement you may have here. Okay? Vents Predoliņš, Cadastre Development Manager, State Land Service of Latvia. Vents, round of applause. Please, round of applause. Saulius Urbanas, who was just here and was shuffled back and forth. Sorry, this is what we do to neighbors. We just move you back and forth. But when you have conference in Vilnius, we can do the same thing with us. Jānis Krakops, Head of Data Management Unit, Ministry of Environmental Development and Regional Protection. Jānis, please. Okay. Okay, I'm going to be seated here, and please feel free to use the Slido and send in your questions, or obviously use the microphone and use the old classic way of asking a question or commentary for the panel speakers. Let's decide that. If you have a question at any minute, you can use your hand and raise a question. If not, I'm going to look at the Slido at the back. Okay? Right, again, thank you for presentations. We'll do 3 rounds of larger questions. We'll be focusing on where we are right now, what challenges are we facing, and that includes technology, that includes geopolitics, as well as the Green Deal transformation requiring quite a bit from what we have here with the data and synergies, as well as where we're going, and that's what we're going to finalize. So if you have the questions regarding these 2 large areas, please feel free to send them in, raise your hand with a microphone till we can all hear you. Okay, I'm going to start with Victoria. I think you set a fantastic framework or the scene, as we say these days, regarding the demand for high-value data is growing, and as such, I'll try to not to sort of misquote you in this age of disinformation. The demand for that is growing, and also an expectation from European and also global partners for increasing synchronization among you. So that in sort of simple terms, I see that means I don't care what you do in the back end. I would like to have a user-friendly service as soon as possible regarding the whole Europe. So would you like to elaborate on where we are with that?
Absolutely, thank you. So I agree with most of what you said. I don't actually know if this demand is growing or if there's always has been a huge demand for pan-European cadastral data, and now our capacity of supplying that has simply increased, and we have started to realize the major implications of being able to put that into place. So as to recap, what we do is we use the great data that our members have and aggregate them together for cross-border applications, right? And what's important about this data and vital is that it is authoritative, right? There is non-authoritative data has its applications, absolutely, but only within certain areas where it is fit for use. Other than that, it needs to be authoritative. It needs to be reliable. And the organizations are users that use your data. they stress this very much. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, the question where I'm coming from is, again, I noted that at my sort of half jokingly at the beginning of my presentation or our introduction here, is that there is a certain, I would say, reservation on society's side. What's the point of a cadastre? I'm not saying everyone's saying that, but there's something. So we have all this data. Look at the amount of data we have here. Are you just going to Google this and Google that and ChatGPT, as we noted before? Most of this is half jokingly, but I think there is truth in every grain of a joke there. Yanis, would you be able to comment on this, I would say, shift in regards to the focus that Victor just mentioned? So there's a lot of data, but not all data is equal and equally authoritative and trustworthy. Would you like to comment on the shift, and did you notice that in your work? And obviously, everyone is more than welcome to chip in this question as well.
Yes, thank you. Of course, I totally agree with what was said on the panel. I think we just have to, let's say, establish the understanding that the cadastre is an authentic, so it's an authoritative source. Basically, it's trustworthy data. Trustworthy data that we use for different processes already at the moment for government functions, public services, and basically, let's say the legal end of the cadastre is basically also regulating, okay, we must disseminate this data in this and this and this time, so it's reliable. So the service providers who are using this data, they know when it's coming, they know from where it's coming. And if we're looking at, let's say, the service dimension of this, let's say, question, I would say that in Latvia also it's very much, let's say, the data is very interlinked with the services. Because if we look at digital services in Latvia, I think we have to understand that they are very much integrated with the state registers. So when we, let's say, provide these services to the citizens, that they don't need to bring their own information to the service provider, to the authority. This information is gathered in the back end by, let's say, authoritative systems, therefore ensuring, let's say, the best user experience.
So they know who you are. When you make a request, they know who you are.
Sorry?
Once you make a request, they know who the requester is.
Oh yeah. That's the key. So basically, when we talk about, let's say, base registers or authoritative sources, the information is basically, it's cataloged according to the citizen. So for example, I have, let's say, an apartment. So in the cadastre, I have the record, okay, I have an apartment to this and this, and when I, let's say, apply for the service with my national EID, the service provider can then, let's say, see my data and, let's say, take it for the service that I'm asking. And from my side, I think it very much, let's say, lessens the hassle that I have to do. I don't have to stay in lines, I just can stay at home. And
so it's digital,
yes, it's
remote, it's user-friendly, and it's authoritative. I think this is what we established here, right? And I think this is an important aspect, that in every step as we go, the expectations from users regarding the service itself are rising every day. We think that services should be intuitive, and increasingly so. And I think this is an aspect of the user experience where we're growing. Before we move on, I think that we have established that there is almost a monopoly, because you're the ones who provide the data, and it's authoritative and it's predictable, and you can have it over the years. However, I want to probe this into a little bit. I think everyone of you have now mentioned the aspect of trust and trustworthiness and authoritative. Is there something looming in the background from cyber, from deepfakes, that sort of puts the other data that we're not mentioning here into perhaps less favorable light? Are there other sources out there which could mislead our population, our citizens, and our communities?
Probably you can say that you always can, by cyber attack, you can create a fake registry. So if you have capacity to do so, this threat of these cyber attacks is very, very real actually, and I think all cadastre systems are on the target, because if someone will destroy the knowledge about your property. So it first hurts
Or distorts.
individuals, or destroys, or changes. Like you are driving a car, and one day you discover that the first wheels are not belonging to you. Yeah. So it's disaster. So you can apply similar things to Cadastre. So for me, this security, actually, how we in Lithuania, we do, so of course the Center of Registers, the authority responsible for the real data, they could tell more, but of course making physical copies, using big data tools, making pre-secured firewalls, and all measures you can apply. So, and duplicating, of course, making several archive resources, as you hear, when system is destroyed, like in Ukraine, you can recreate it from archives. So some information you might lose, but the most important that the system itself will not be completely destroyed, and the records should be retained.
Moving back to Vence and Victoria, with increasing, and again, please correct me if I'm not precise here, with increasing expectation, the data is synchronized, and then you can use it many countries. The increased centralization also increases the risk of disturbing or sort of cyber attacks on synchronized data across many countries. Vence, is this something of a threat that we can name? Is this an issue that you've noticed in your work with developing the systems and making them more resilient against cyber attacks and crime, especially now with the geopolitical context that we have? And then Victoria, over to you.
Yeah, of course, we have to mention that we have these kind of risks. Yeah, but in our time, yeah, we have to use the best technologies that we have. Yeah, and this is why we have to make all these discussions. Yeah, where can we take a look at the experience with our neighbors or across here in the Europe, for example, and. This is how we can make a better systems that can be talk to each other, yeah? Because we have to make decisions together. Yeah? It's not possible if we create our system, then there is another system. Yeah? If we want to make decisions, these systems have to talk to each other.
So interoperability. Synchronization,
yeah.
I think that's the expectation from the users, whether it be state or business or civil or communities. But again, I'm just turning back. I think 5 years ago, the cyber threats and hacks weren't part of the conversation. You can now open BBC or CNN. Hacks are happening all the time. And most of the time, we don't even hear about them. But this is highly valuable data. Oftentimes, it's personalized. So again, is this something that we should devote, I don't know, a minute and a half or so about these threats? Large databases, highly valuable databases, personalized data, and also synchronized among countries, because that's the expectation of the market. Right? And I respect that expectation from the institutions, but I'm just worrying whether again, this is a provocation, obviously, if the state institutions across the board are prepared for that future and the future hacks which are coming and we see increasingly happening.
Thank you for that question. It's an important question. I'm very happy to get the opportunity to reply to it. Because I talk a lot about user demand and what user requirements, but we're a membership organization. Our main purpose is to represent our members. We work for the data suppliers, for our members, who are also users sometimes, but our main interest is the interest of Europe's cadastral mapping and land registry agencies. And cybersecurity is an extremely important issue. Something that's very important in that, and something that we have taken into account in that, is that the data that we are providing in a pan-European way, cadastrally, is not sensitive data. We do not provide all the data that Saulius showed is available. We provide very basic geometries, cadastral parcel codes, addresses, administrative units. There's no ownership data in there, there's no value data in there. It doesn't mean that we don't increase the visibility of that data if the National Cadastral Agency chooses to provide that openly. But that will be obtained by the user on the National Geo portal. So the data that we hold centrally is high value data, and part of what that means, it's not only that it's important for European safety and economy, it's also that this data has been judged by the European Commission to be worthy of being open. But what is important, and where the security also comes into play, is to protect the accessibility of that data, to protect the infrastructure, to make sure that the value of the data is maintained.
Please, Vance.
One more thing about the data openness. So when we are opening the data, sometimes exactly this point that some data are openly available for the people maybe makes us more secure. Yeah, we have to think about this, which data we can open, which not. Yeah, but sometimes I do believe we forgot that some open data actually is for secure.
Okay, I'm gonna play the audience. I'm gonna play the fool now. How does this work? Making some data more available makes us more secure. Maybe there's just my lizard brain is not working here, but can you explain that for a couple of seconds?
Yeah. For example, we would like to find the shelters if there is a wartime. Yeah. How will you find it? Yeah, so maybe we have to publish the information if there will be availability to access at that time. If we will get, I don't know, electricity or this mobile network will be worked. Yeah, but this is how we will find, for example, the shelter where to hide.
I'm asking this. Please go ahead.
Also, emergency response. So we work a lot with the the Environmental Agency of Europe, the EEA, and they use our data for analyzing emergencies after the fact, and to some extent also for emergency response. So when something happens, such as the floodings that we saw, cross-border floodings in Belgium and Germany a few years ago, it could also be forest fires. When a natural disaster happens, and it doesn't happen in just one country, but in cross-border countries. We need data to make sure we can handle that emergency. And that data needs to be available fast. We have hours, we're not talking days, hours. About after 3 hours, that's too long. So that's a very good example of when open data protects us.
Okay, this is fantastic, and Saulis, I see your comment here, holding on. My question is obviously coming from the context which has changed. We, at least in this region, we have turned a massive page. We were thinking that we're basically safe, and I think everyone has thought that this could be, and we're no longer safe, especially in the geographies where we are bordering Belarus and Russia. They're not trustworthy partner. They're aggressive and they're violent, and we know that. And they will be using any data they can get a hold of. This is expectation, and this is not coming from me, but from the cybersecurity experts. So this is the question I'm asking, and we're moving to our next stage, where the threats and challenges are coming from for the Cadastre and in the future. How resilient are we for that malpractice and misuse of otherwise useful and highly valuable data that we're putting it out there for different purposes, not for aggression and not for misuse? Anyone wants to, Saulis or Victoria?
I think, ending with a question about security, probably we can confess that there are no 100% security system in the world. So just simply doesn't exist. It cannot be. Yeah, it's just a matter how much you intend to invest breaching that security. So that as more barrier you put, as less prominent is the breaching the security and reaching the target. So I think all public authorities are doing the best that securing their citizens, and there is no issue today, I think, in Baltic states that our cadastre data is unsecured. It is secured. So and probably let's not go to details how the security is assured, is secured. But what actually we are now benefiting of the expanding utilization of cadastre data. If, let's say, 10 years or 15 years ago, we have been caring that, okay, how to make the geodetic survey for the whole part of the land, how to store, the coordinates and the buildings, central coordinates of the property unit today, we have much more content, and we are aiming more and more. Because first, technologies allow us to compile more, like 3 dimensions coming, and we can use it. The second, the users demands more data about their property. For example, if they have a piece of land, they also like to have a digital projection of this piece of land. They have a restrictions applied of this piece of land. They have the infrastructural elements to be there. Also, they like to know actually if this is the birds kind of place somewhere in the land, and environmental matters, and many, many more. So the cadastre systems have more and more demands. Connecting their data with the more data sources. And as well as I explained in my presentation, in many of the sources, cadastre data is the key to which connects other data. So if we want to operate with administrative matters in the country.
Victoria, final comment regarding security, and or are we moving on? No.
No, I'm all good. Yeah.
Okay, great. Let's turn the page. Saulius, you mentioned what we call the super big change, which is coming with LIS, the Land Information System. What would be the super big change in each of your roles that you're seeing, which is happening? Saulius will have his in a second. So let's move on to next. So the super big change, whether that be security, would that be the AI, machine learning, would that be more demands for the data? Let's start with Victoria or Ventus, and let's go forward.
Yeah, okay, a few words. The big change. The big change maybe, actually, it will be the AI. Yeah, because...
already is, perhaps?
Yeah, we are working on that already. So I don't know, it is a very big change, but it's like trending.
That's what they're saying.
Yeah. So that means we have to think about how we are collecting the information, how we are collecting the data, and how we are making them available to the others. And this is the role where the AI can make a big role.
Do you have an example of that big change?
For us?
For Latvia, for instance.
Yeah, for us, of course. Yeah, we are using the AI here in some projects to detect, for example, the buildings that are not in the cadastre, for example. Yeah, so that's maybe not so big, but it is the first steps, for example, for use it in our systems.
Yanis, super big change. Victoria, is you can prepare for her big change.
Okay, so super big change. So I have pretty much a list of super big changes, but if
more than one.
More than one. So of course more than one. But I think the biggest super big change that I would like to at least let's say introduce to the panel is the, let's say, regulation of data policy. Because when we look at digital transformation policy, at least in the past tense, so we started with infrastructure, then we build it up with services, and now we have, let's say, the third layer, which is data. So we have to create a policy for data. We have to create an environment that is safe to share data, so that the data is interoperable, it's properly described and available for use for opening as open data, or for, let's say, government to government and government to business. So the first thing that I would like to state, I would say, is that we have begun the development of our national data policy. And of course, this data policy, it will be very much, let's say, it will affect all of the public sector institutions and also private sector companies.
Yanis, and what will this policy define? The rules of the game, obviously, do's and don'ts, yes or no. Can you elaborate on what the policy will entail?
Yes. So firstly, I think we will have to, let's say, touch upon the skills aspect. So when we talk about public sector institutions, we also have to put in place the skills for data governance so that these processes can be, let's say,
Managed and governed.
Of course, of course. And if we look at more, let's say, feasible changes, so we are looking to develop the state data model and the metadata standards to make the data more interoperable, to make it more readable. I think Vita already in the introduction mentioned that basically ChatGDP and also private sector solutions already use Cadastre data. So we have to make all state data readable, machine readable, so that it also has more value. So it has more added value because I think in the first question, one thing that I forgot to mention, if we talk about, let's say, these futuristic concepts like digital twins and EU data spaces, so basically these base registers, that's the first step, let's say, first step of the digital twin. You can't build a good digital twin or a good digital solution if you don't have quality data in place.
And registry.
And registry. And the third, if I can, so third big
That's a long list indeed.
That's a long list, and I have more. But the third one, if I would like to, let's say, introduce or speak about is the platform that we are building in the ministry in partnership with our digital agency, the State Regional Development Agency. So we are building, let's say, next generation data sharing platform. It's the Dagger platform, and the idea is basically that this platform will have the data from all the base registers, therefore ensuring that all data, let's say, users, they need only one integration to this centralized platform to get all
one-stop shop.
One-stop shop for all government data. So that's let's say, a big undertaking. We have finished the first stages of the project, and we are now, let's say, in the process of building it up with more data.
That's a lot of work.
That is a lot of work.
And that's only 3. You probably have more in your storage.
I can name the fourth one.
You can go on.
Okay, so the fourth one, I think that from the ministry's perspective, and also looking at let's say, the state of play in Latvia, one of the priorities that we have defined and we're working towards is the building up of public sector analytical capacity. So we need to develop, let's say, analytical capacity, or a place where all public sector institutions can have access to, let's say, platforms that will help them analyze data, and also skills or professionals who are, let's say, data scientists, analytics, who can help them, because not all of the institutions, let's say, have this in-house capacity. So we have to make, let's say, a centralized
shared
hub.
resources.
Exactly. So we have to make a centralized hub where this capacity is available for use.
I think we'll stop there. This is really making me nervous. 4 big tasks in how many years? And all of that should have been ready yesterday, obviously, right? You should have had that long time ago, as the expectation comes from
I think that's basically about everything that we're talking
everything
about
wants to everything yesterday. Victoria, the super big change that, to quote Sauli's presentation, super big change in your areas. Is that along the lines that Yanis laid out? Is anything that we have missed out?
That is very much along the lines of what you brought up. I'm very happy that you brought up the focus from the EU institutions on data and on data accessibility. I think the Green Deal data space will carry a lot of importance in the upcoming years, and cadastral data is part of the data that feeds into that. So open data for AI, as we call it. And you spoke about accessibility and usability of data, which are also, I hope to see big changes in that in the upcoming years. Of course, the major change that I'm excited about is Latvia being part of the Open Cadastral Map. That's the absolutely most important one. But I'd like to go into something a little more specific that kind of that ties into what you said about usability and accessibility of data, and that is the development that we have seen the past few years and will continue to see within how data is being made available. And I'm speaking specifically about APIs. The OGC has been developing and continue to develop OGC APIs, like OGC API features. And I have big hopes that this will help us share data in a different ways. These are standardizations and tools that will increase the accessibility of the data, and at least of cadastral data.
Victoria, sorry, it's a Friday afternoon.
Yeah.
OGC APIs. Can you give an example for all of us, or are we on the same page of what OGC APIs are? And good luck to translators at the back.
For the interpreters, yeah. Yes, great. So OGC is the Open Geospatial Consortium. It's one organization. There are several organizations, but it's one organization that provides standards within geospatial data. And API, well, give a good explanation of an API. If anyone can do that, I think you're more of a professional than any of us. But examples of APIs are web map services or or map feature services. That it's a way to access data. It's a way to make data
without
accessible.
downloading them.
Yes, but these were done. Many of these standards, they were created 10, 20 years ago. So they're outdated.
Right.
And now updated versions are coming in. And part of the trouble that we have had is to have standards that work all over Europe, because not all cadastral agencies use the same ways of working, but they also don't work in the same contexts, as we saw a very good example of earlier today. We don't have the same amount of resources. So these new APIs, these new ways, these new standards of transmitting data might be a little simpler and allow for more of a harmonization over Europe, which will make it easier to aggregate that data and provide it in a one-stop shop, as you said.
Great. Who's going to go next for super big change? Super big change over here.
I would say that super big change, what we're doing, we start to discuss about 3D cadastre. So what is this could be 3D? So, and what exactly could you show that in fingers? Some politicians ask me. So yes, I can show in fingers. Like if you have the, taking as a building, you have just prescribed it and register it in real estate cadastre and registry. So you know that the building is again on 5 floors or certain plot. But on the cadastre map, it's just, the box. And when a new owner want to buy that building, say, yeah, so what more information you can give me about that building? And we say, oh, sorry, yeah, you can go and look, maybe we can give you some pictures. Yeah, he said, but I have seen marvelous architectural design when the building was constructed. I have seen several virtual models.
Where are they?
What are they? Where are they? So what actually, why can I dig into this magic, 3D and see the walls, see the doors,
the
see
bedroom, the kitchen.
Yeah, heating system and ventilation. Everything I saw, everything was done in the, architect's work, and it's gone. They said, no, this all had been done for applying for construction permission, and then it's ruined. And the person said, this is not fair, actually. I would be able to pay for that if I'll get it, actually, because I do not know where the, which power line is crossing which wall. And I like to know, because when I make a drill, so I don't want to
be killed.
To be killed.
It helps.
Yeah, so those are the simple examples where the 3D will brings value. I'm not talking about the utilities, when you need to dig, actually, for doing something. And then, you're cutting the power line, or you are, digging into the gas pipe or whatever, so you don't want to have it. So if you start to compile the data in 3D and then offer this data in 3D, you can involve many automated solutions like, when you apply for the digging permit, they say, yeah, guys, fine, you can dig up to meter, but then you need to dig by hands Otherwise, you might, destroy the power line. So there are many other decisions could be made faster, quicker, and better when you have three dimensions.
You asked for it. How far are we? This sounds great. I'm buying a plot. I want that architectural drawing, that design to the detail of my bedroom, bathroom, and utilities. What is it? 2 years, 5 years, 7 years? That I could pay €2 and I can get access for free for the plot, the old school way, and I pay €2 and I get a 3D for the whole thing. How far is that? Is that science fiction? Is that 2050?
No, it's not science fiction. So you can. It depends how much you like to invest to this and how broad you want, how standardized you want to get a solution. Because today, even on the available building, you can ask the company to make the drone mapping, you make the laser scanning, you make the vector model, you can combine the things to the digital twin. So you can do that today, actually, if you have enough investment. But when you want to do that on the state level, you need to pass the standardization. You need to validate that your solution would fit for all software that are using, in the, for example, constructional design, and no one will be hurted, or at least hurted a little bit. Then you can make the compliance with the other registries, and you make the compliance with the European laws and the international standards. So and that makes things complex. So.
Vance,
Yeah.
you were nodding.
Yeah, because I totally agree.
Hold my beer situation or not?
Sorry?
Do we have it over Lithuanians? We don't have it, do we? We don't.
Well, we
Not
are
yet.
all, yeah, because we have to understand, in our days, we have all these technical possibilities. It's not a fiction. It's just a matter of the foundation, I think, and the matter of the understanding that we need. Because we have to understand that the cadastre is the matter and the main issue for the making decisions about the rights and obligations about the property and what it is. It's about the land, about the buildings, about the premises. And 3D, of course, for now we are like just a little bit dreaming, but I think a few years and it will be necessary.
So let's have a little Friday afternoon here. Give me a number, 27, 28, and then let's have Lithuania a bit over that. I mean, there's always a good brotherly challenge here between the Baltic states. Who's going to have the 3D first? Lithuanians and Latvians. For some buildings, not the whole country, not the whole cities, not the whole state, but who will have the first?
I'm afraid that Estonians are already doing something.
Oh, always. What is it? At 25th minute, the Estonians enter the building and conversation. Always happens. Every panel you have, Estonians walk in there, and they're always 5 years ahead of us.
Being more serious, actually, what we started, we initiated now the improvement of so-called the Building Information Modeling National Classificator. So this is the specification according to which the construction architects should project, the data, their data. So without the classifier, which is approved by the state and applied to all industry sectors, you cannot have homogeneous data, because the data might be there, but actually one line in one project means wall, and the another line in another project means, I don't know, floor. So they need to be compatible and compatible.
That's a lot of work to make them compatible.
That's a lot. That's not technical work. This is more the work of agreeing amongst interested parties. So this is the technicalities are there. So we can implement right now. So but it takes time when you are validating those technical matters with the community. So and sometimes the compromise which you are reaching is not the most up-to-date, let's say. So it's just compromise.
Vance?
Yeah, one more sentence about this Estonian 3D. Well, I would like to take a look in it. If there will be a data in these 3D pictures, then we will, maybe I will able to say that, yeah, that is a 3D cadastre. I'm not sure for now. Yeah, so I think we can be first.
Okay, I like the challenge. We can be first. We can have the first 3D before Estonians. That would be fantastic. Victoria, you did mention that this is just my phrasing of that, the supremacy of Hellenic and Spanish cadastre models, which are setting the scene. Is this correct way of reading for the rest of the Europe?
The Spanish Cadastre and Hellenic Cadastre are doing great work within Cadastre, and Spanish Cadastre has in the past decade made a lot of progress and has allowed us to see the positive aspects of congregating cadastral data. But when I said that they are leading on the project, is that they are the organizations that are partners in the project and are leading on the work in the project. So I wouldn't put any judgment in that based on that their cadastral organizations are better than any other cadastral organizations, but they are providing their expertise and engagement to forward the work to have an open maps for Europe that is truly pan-European. Does that reply to your question?
I mean, I was just sort of provoking you for the Olympics. Who's the gold medalist? But we're not going to go there.
But I would like to stress the importance of the cadastral agencies taking on this project and the cadastral agencies doing this. So we discussed cybersecurity a little earlier and the threat of fake data, and that threat is always there. If we don't do this, if we don't make this happen and make sure that it's done in the right way, with the great demand that we see, the risk of us not doing it correctly is another entity coming in and taking up the space in a way that is incorrect. That's not, and that will be less beneficial for European security and economy. Yeah.
Let's slowly start wrapping up. On top of the four aspects that were mentioned by Yanis, we did hear out of the Green Deal data space. Did I butcher that? Or, I mean, it was along the lines of that.
Yeah.
So how will the cadastral data help the huge transformation, I would say fundamental transformation that Europe is setting up with the Green Deal? And there are many acronyms for that, Fit for 55 and we have sustainability before that. So Green Deal and the cadastre and the future of cadastre, how will that data and the synchronization that we're increasingly speaking about will be helpful, will be useful for many parts of society in this transformation? I'm looking at you, Victoria, but obviously everyone is more than welcome to join in. Oh, Jan is great, fantastic.
So then I can maybe start with this. So I think that, and this was already mentioned in the panel, so basically the cadastre data is the, let's say, one of the core data sets that must be implemented. So at the European level already, I think for 4 years we have been talking about digital twins. There is the Destination Earth initiative that basically aims to create the digital twin of the Earth, and they're piloting like different use cases for agriculture, catastrophe management and all that stuff. And basically the cadastre data will be inputted. So I will just take a step back. So the goal of the digital twin is basically modeling. So let's say the digital twin will model the climate change. And the cadastre data is one of the core sets that will be used in this model. So I think that will be the...
I'm going to go back to you, Justin. Just let's look at, for example, so when we say modeling, and please correct me if I'm mistaken here, is to say, what if we renovated, say, 70% of the housing in city of Riga? What emissions would that? What would do to the emissions? And electricity expenditure or heating expenditure. Is this the kind of modeling we're looking at?
Exactly. For example, what would happen if the average temperature would come up for 2 degrees? So that would be the model. And there are many variables, I think, that you can use to model.
Great. So obviously this is absolutely clear. If we started out with anecdotal jokes about, where's the cadastre going, this is fundamental for us to be able to monitor and make rational decisions regarding the housing, which is a huge issue in here because of the amount of CO2 emissions. Transformation towards more greener energy sources, again, for the heating and electricity. How far are we for the digital models which are operable in this kind of modeling for municipalities? Perhaps we can hear that from Latvia and Lithuania as well. And then Victoria, please. So how, are we now using cadastre data for digital twins, and are those digital twins in operation, say in Lithuania and Latvia?
Probably we should confess that the Green Deal is not yet in action. So that the Green Deal is still under discussion. How this slogan will be implemented
Practically.
Taking as an example, so you can implement Green Deal like you decide to make a high skyscraper in the middle of Riga. So and you ask architects to make the proposals on the skyscraper design. So and you're getting 10 or 20 proposals, and then you say, okay, now let me to see which one will consume less energy, for example. Or you can say, according to Green Deal, which one has more wood constructions in it. So because this is, as we prefer to use natural sources instead of the artificial. So those become the means where the real data will start to apply. So today, I wouldn't dare that we're ready or not ready. For this comparison of the architectural designs of the construction, yes, I think we are ready. The tools are there, just they need to be standardized, that we can apply the validation models on them. So we get the result. But if you ask, actually, are we ready for the smart city applications? Are we ready to destroy districts and rebuild or reconstruct by districts or the streets itself? I don't think that we're ready. We're gradually improving in spatial planning, I think all of us. So, and on the European dimension, by the way, we always have the interest to replicate what we do nationally, so to Europe. And for example, in terms of cadastre, there is a dream that the notarius in Latvia would be able to validate the deal in Spain, for example. And this will never happen if this interoperability between cadastre system will be achieved, or glossaries will be validated. We have a glossaries, but still, it's not the case, so, or vice versa.
You still have to go to Spain for that.
Yeah. So you don't need to go to Spain. So you are just opening the file and you ask your notarius in your language, in your understanding, in your terms, to validate, and then you can fly to Spain to your flat, actually, or house, and manage with a full set of information. So being secured. So this is the dream or practical implications of those European or trans countries collaboration.
Great. Victoria, and we're rounding up. I know that we were supposed to be having lunch by now. I see the faces getting a little sour. I was supposed to be, but we took 5 minutes later for the panel, so we're going to have 5 minutes and then we're going back to the snacks. Victoria, this transformation that we're facing up in the next years or so, anything to add to what Janis and Saulis noted regarding the, as I noted, Green Deal data space?
No, I wanted to say also what Celia says, that right now the Green Deal data space is in the progress of being shaped. The GREAT project is part of that. And as Celia said, a lot of the technical implications are there, the technical knowledge is there, the possibilities is there. But we're human beings and we have to agree on how to do it and on what to do it. And that's a process that a lot of times takes a lot longer and is a lot more difficult than just getting or not just getting, sorry for my wording there, but that is can be a lot more difficult and take more time than getting the technical structure into place. And that is what the GREAT project is doing right now. What are the best practices? How are we supposed to do this? But what we do know is that no matter the details of what we'll do in the Green data space, it will need cadastral data. No matter the details about how we will use AI, and we could have a whole panel on that, on how much responsibility we want to give on AI to AI and so forth. But no matter how we do that, we are going to have to feed AI with data, with cadastral data. So, does that answer your question?
It does, but again, we need another panel too for the AI alone. Okay, Vance, anything to add to this? And then we're closing at last.
Yeah, I'm not sure that we are not ready for the Green Deal things. We just have to do some. We have to start to do. Yeah, there are some projects in Europe, for example. Yeah, they're putting together more and implement some of the information systems, and for example, build. There are build models, for example, for the buildings that where you can find the weather forecast. Yeah, for example, yeah. This is for the Green Deal. Yeah, so maybe just we are a little bit lack of the leadership about that. That's it.
Great. I think this is the start of our finalization. For last about 30 seconds each, 40 seconds each, what do you think are the must-dos that we have to have for these many great ideas, and Yanis had at least 4 and Victoria had at least 3 on the list. What are the main tasks that we should be doing right now for this future to be arriving as soon as possible? Perhaps you can name one for the public sector and one for the private sector, so we could commence and facilitate these developments into the future cadastre of the next decade. Yanis, are you ready to start? And other ones, no pressure, as the kids these days, and the other ones are can start preparing. So let's round up with that last must-dos for private and public sector.
Okay, so I think the closing statement from my side would be that we are in the process of, let's say, developing and the data economy. So basically, we are developing the data economy, and the concept behind this is that we have to make, let's say, services that are data-based, and we have to create an environment that facilitates sharing of this data. It means that public sector institutions have to share data amongst themselves to facilitate services, and this is also something that is now, let's say, on the horizon for the private sector as well. So the Data Act is also mandating that we will have new, let's say, rules for sharing data amongst private sector companies. And I would say it's same suggestion for both, that we have to be open to this idea of data economy, and we have to share data to build up new data-based services that can, let's say, enrich each other, not only compete with each other.
Complement each other.
Yeah.
Fantastic, Vance.
Yeah, about the state land service, we have a vision. Easy about the land and the buildings. This was an exercise, very interesting exercise what we made, and I think that this is very, very helpful for us to work forward. I do believe that maybe some kind of exercises we have to make together with other institutions, authorities, maybe for each themselves in the beginning, and after then we have to do that together. This is already happening for us now and we are building a geostrategy here in Latvia. So this is what we started. Yeah, we started about the vision, about the mission, and then about the targets and exercises what we have to do.
That's a great ambition. Victoria, and then finish with Salus.
Our focus in the future will be on 3 main things. On the representation of our members, which includes emphasizing the importance of cadastral data and the value of cadastral data, and the importance of when we open up cadastral data, that value circles back into our cadastral data agencies and the production of data. Knowledge exchange to lift up Europe to the same level, to make sure that the cadastral agencies in Europe work with each other and learn from each other, because there's oftentimes only one cadastral agency nationally. There's no other agencies that do the same thing in that country. We have to work together internationally to advance. And finally, to facilitate access to our members' data, make sure that it's safe, but accessible and usable, and that really includes standardization and common good practices.
Thank you. Saus, rounding up.
Yeah, for a few things that we intend to work more on the improving content in both quality, the geometrical positioning, and the size of information about the cadastre objects, like taking on board restrictions and other stuff, which I mentioned. So those we like to improve, but in terms of re-engineering the core data, I should disappoint probably, despite what we're discussing, that the stability is the highest value in cadastre system. So we cannot risk to failure. So we cannot fail when we are re-engineering. So means we need to do this only when we are 100% prepared. So so for now, I cannot promise that we will re-engineer from 2D to 3D complete cadastre system, but rather we most probably will develop the prototypes and some applications where the 3D cadastre will be used for some sectors. But if you are a farmer having 3 hectares of the flat land, you don't care about 3D modeling. You just want that your land will sustain as it is and on the minimal cost, and that's it. So we need to be pragmatic, actually, whatever decision we are taking. And of course, the citizens' interest or the market interest is the highest value to cadastre.
Pragmatism and practicality, down to earth, looking to the future. We're going to end this panel. Thank you so much. We will thank our fantastic panelists, Saulius Urbanas, Special Data Analyst, Ministry of Environment, Republic of Lithuania. Round of applause for Saulius. Victoria Person, Project Manager, Geographics. Round of applause. Vens Priedoliņš, Cadastre Development Manager, State Land Service of Latvia. Round of applause. And last but not least, Jānis Krakops, Head of the Data Management Unit, Ministry of Environmental Protection and Regional Development. Thank you so much for the panel. The time is now for the snacks at the very back. We'll be back at 12 sharp for the next session, which focuses on state cadastre development in Latvia. Thank you so much. Tā, dārgie konferences dalībnieki, mēs pārslēdzamies uz mūsu konferences otro daļu. Tā skaitā
Dear participants, let us resume with the second part of our conference, which will be held in Latvian, so we'll focus mostly in Latvia and speak about cadastral challenges in this country. I would like to invite everyone to return to the room, though the outside terrace is just wonderful and sunny and pleasant to be in, but we should resume with the second part of the conference. And since it's Friday, we want to start so that you can leave on time. Before we return to our presentations and panel discussion, I would like to give the floor to the honored guest from the Ministry of Justice, who, due to work challenges, was unable to come in the morning. She will offer some introductory words and speak about cadastral developments in Latvia in the future. So the floor goes to Lauma Paigkalna, Parliamentary Secretary of the Ministry of Justice. Honorable Director of the State Land Service, honorable experts, ladies and gentlemen, you are sitting at the back, but I believe that you have to move forward so that we can share ideas. I am honored to welcome you here during this conference. Flexibility and allowing yourself to go with the flow and with the dynamics is very important nowadays, because this morning also made me change my life. So speaking about the future of the State Land Service, we have to remember about future developments, some unplanned and unexpected developments that can offer us new opportunities so that we can do better what we have planned before. May in Latvia is a special month, and we celebrate this conference today because conference is a kind of celebration, and it's almost summer outside. Everything is green and blooming. So many years ago, after a harsh winter, Latvia also started blooming when independence was restored. And this is also the beginning of our new cadastral system, the systems that we know of today. And now you have managed to develop it so far that we can discuss the future scenarios of geospatial data and potential benefits to the public. We see that geopolitical events make us prepare for many new challenges. We have to protect us. We have to protect us not only militarily, but we also have to realize that various risks permeate each and every sector, including land management. Cadastral data are of strategic importance. Thus, this conference is called Cadastre Data for a better tomorrow for our country, which means that cadastral data affect our future. During the IT age, data are part of our daily activities. Cadastre performs very significant national functions, registers data on land and immobile property in our country, and Cadastre is the only trustworthy source of basic information. This is the foundation for the cadastral system. There we can learn about various data on our properties, and this allows to ensure proper land management that is needed for people's security. Cadastre protects interests in receiving cadastral data and overcoming crisis and in planning the future. However, it is important to note that each and every procedure should be simple, efficient, and without excess bureaucratic burdens, so that everyone would have access and so that our system would meet its targets. We have to understand why we maintain this system, and also awareness raising about its aspects is very important. So we have to ask ourselves what data should we have, what future cadastre we should have for us as a society and for each and every us to be able to use all the opportunities that the future will offer. Currently, the State Land Service is building a new cadastral system and transforms services for them to be meaningful in a way that the public expects them to be delivered. At the same time, they strengthen the security and efficiency and remove unnecessary procedures or simplifying them. Data can be reused many times and are available to the public to avoid lengthy and expensive processes. What concerns property rights, urban planning, civil protection, defense, and other areas. As a result, the State Land Service has a positive dynamic, keeps improving the services, makes them more advanced, and follows the recent trends and future scenarios. Cadastre should be closely linked with or work hand in hand with the science to ensure that the acquisition of data is quite advanced. And this is like a roadmap that takes us to innovation and AI. That is a huge challenge in itself. Thus, I would like to say a special thank you to each and every employee, including Ms. Narnitska and all other employees who have invested their effort to ensure that the cadastre develops dynamically, to ensure that new innovations are implemented in close cooperation with the science. And I wish that this discussion will allows you to see new and innovative ideas. And I hope that this happened during the first part of the conference, and so that you would be able to use high-quality data that would allow to create advanced and transparent cadastre that would allow to efficiently manage properties and perform other functions. Thank you to Lauma Paigkalna, Parliamentary Secretary of the Ministry of Justice, for the best wishes. And now we will focus on challenges and opportunities in Latvia. And as I mentioned before, we'll have two components in this part. First, we'll have 3 expert presentations that will frame our future discussions and allow us to think about various user perspectives. And then we'll have a panel discussion during which we'll be able to discuss these aspects in more detail. As I mentioned, this discussion will take place in Latvian, as we will focus on the Latvian issues, as was just outlined by Ms. Paigkalna. We'll have 3 speakers. The first will be Dārta Kanešonaka, Program Manager of Real Estate Division of the Road Management and Maintenance Authority, and she'll speak about the importance of cadastral data in the management and development of the national motorways. Dārta, the floor goes to you. Good afternoon. I'm Dārta, and today I represent the Latvian State Roads Authority, and I will tell why updated cadastral data are so important for the motorway management. Our body is owned by the state, and the state is represented by the Ministry of Transport, and a power of attorney has been issued that allow us to ensure road traffic and construction management. That includes collection of true and accurate information on motorway elements. We also should ensure proper management of motorways and construction of motorways. Management of motorways includes 3 main functions. In accounting, it allows to record topical information on the road network and its constituent elements. It also includes motorway and land management and daily maintenance works. In construction, we serve as a contracting authority. We provide construction intent documents and measure the construction outcomes. Here you can see data on cadastral surveying of our motorways. 97% of our motorways have been surveyed, and 70% of regional motorways have been surveyed. And the priority for surveying directly depends on the planned construction works, and we prepare surveying plan for the next 3 years. Here you can see information on entry of land units in the land book with an informative report of the Cabinet of Ministers. By the end of this year, all land units managed by the Ministry of Transport should be entered in the land book. To comply with this requirement, we systematically enter the ownership rights in the land book, and we mostly focus on the national and regional motorways. Local roads are surveyed and entered in the land book if specific requirements are met. For example, when these roads are transferred to local governments or when we enter cooperation or lease agreements. So how are these data recorded in our accounts? All indicators pertaining to immovable property and all the agreements related to these sites are entered in the Visma Horizon system. We subscribe to cadastres.lv that allows to ensure coherence of updated data, because we should ensure proper coherence of data between our bodies, the State Land Service, also the Land Book and the State Forestry Service, considering the fact that trees are also located on motorway land plots. Every year we order a license, end-user license, to compare the data and find data discrepancies that have emerged in the course of our activities. Main causes are as follows. First, the change of the holder of specific properties at the end of the year. If the state takes over properties at the end of the year, and in the land book, this information has already been entered, but the new user has not been yet updated in the register. And when we update data or when we compare data at the end of the year, we see this mismatch. Second, by cabinet order, immovable property owned by the state is transferred to the municipality, and municipality is authorized to sign all the respective documents and perform the surveying, and also enters the ownership rights of the Ministry of Transport in the land book. And as a result, this property is removed from the accounting books of our bodies, and these are taken over by the municipalities. But considering the fact that surveying should be performed, this process can last for up to 2 years. That contributes to the second cause of mismatch, namely the state doesn't own this property anymore. But until all the processes are finished, the state still appears as the owner of the respective property. How cadastral data can become a part of a motorway management process? When we prepare cooperation and lease agreements, we check the data with the cadastral system, what concerns, for example, engineering systems. And we enter information in our registers from the cadastral data. And when we audit the subsidies granted by the state, then we look at the compliance with cadastral information. In technical specifications, decisions on construction designs are based on cadastral data, on the encumbrances imposed on specific land plots, and so on. And this is ensured by transferring information 2 times per year. True and topical cadastral information is maintained during the land management process by surveying motorways and by participating in the surveying of borders as owners of neighboring land plots. We also participate in changes what concerns name, use, and so on. We also participate in the processes of cooperation and signing cooperation and lease agreements. We enter as engineering structures, various bridges, infrastructure networks belonging to the roads and so on. And this also entails transfer of properties to municipalities or change of the holder of the properties. In construction processes, we serve as contracting authority, and here the cadastral data are very important, and it happens in 3 stages. First, when the design terms of reference are prepared, when a construction proposal is submitted, also when we perform the completion surveying of various road sites. We prepare a volume on land properties, and we acquire updated information on the borders and owners of land plots, and this pertains to all land plots that are bordering road land or are affected by the technical solutions of designs. In reconstruction projects, spatial data are updated and are based on the surveyed road axis. And if needed, we decipher this line based on the orthophoto data. We also compare the spatial data if needed and update these data. As of October 1st, we will have a new model for classification of structures like bridges and other road infrastructure. We also will take note of the administrative borders of specific administrative territories and classify the infrastructure sites accordingly. All roads are split in specific stages, and we can see that this is also important before the construction intent is issued. At this point in time, engineers use important data what concerns engineering structures like name, cadastral number, also the cadastral numbers of related land plots and similar. It is very important to acquire the latest cadastral data in due time. In this time, I'm speaking about engineering structures in cadastral registers. Here you can see the most important construction stages during which we need to acquire cadastral data to eventually have a building registered in the cadastre. First, this process starts with an order that appoints the responsible project manager, and we collect all the available information on the reconstructed road stage, and that includes structures and land. If needed, we update the respective land plots, and we start the ordering process of the structure via the cadastral system. In ideal cases, the engineering structures are registered in the system before the construction intent is approved. After it is approved, the construction board makes a decision on compliance with design requirements and a specific note in the construction permit. Then other specific actions are taken, and as a result, the construction board makes a decision on compliance with construction requirements so that the building company can start construction. And this decision is the last point in time when we need these data, and if the engineering structure is not registered, the building company cannot start construction. Next, completion confirmation of proper completion of construction, and to confirm that the construction has been done properly. We have to make sure that the structure complies with our requirements. We look at the geometric dimensions. We control the information in the respective layer, and the contour of the building should be closed. Thank you for listening, and thank you to the Land State Service for the wonderful cooperation that we have had for years.
Ir kāds jautājums Dārtai šajā brīdī?
Thank you. Maybe you have some questions to Dārta. You can ask your questions or stand up and ask a question. 1, 2, 3. You can write, actually, and we will pass this information on. Let us applaud. Now we would like to invite Raitis Šīns, co-founder of Price Bank, and he's going to talk about the Price Bank and benefits of its data. Hello, good afternoon. We have a service database that was built by using Cadastre data. But before I continue, I would like you to raise your hands, those who have heard about Price Bank or Cenu banka. Very good then. So let us start with what it is, Cenu banka. It is a database of transactions. We take data from state land service and build around it, be it an advertisement or transactions or comments. We try to use open data. We previously purchased that data, and now we use open data, and we kind of supplement it with additional information. Then there are advertisements, more than 1 million. We are trying to match those advertisements with transactions that have taken place, trying to add pictures. And the third, comments. Our users can comment on transactions, on advertisements, add information, thus kind of creating or helping to create this database. This system started working and works since 2010. It has changed a lot since then, but lately it has a uniform appeal. We have about 150 companies who are using our services on a daily basis. On a daily basis, more than 400. Those are brokers, banks, non-banks, immovable properties of many municipal and public institutions. We've tried to put some on the slides. We start with transaction data. We add, as I said, our own internal database information. We have a huge database where we, for every building above 300 square meters, have allocated a type and a category. Also, we divided by old, by new, Lithuanian type apartment buildings. We have also cooperation with one map service, and you can ask according to vicinity, as well as reliability. Reliability, we work especially for apartments located in Riga. Why it is very important, I will tell you later. On comments, I already spoke, on advertisements as well, but those are things that we kind of put together. This is how the system looks like. On the top, there is a toolbar. You can have a look at, let's say, filters in the center, or they want 602 series offers in Imanta or on specific days. The result is being displayed as a table as well as a map. You can actually ask or inquire by putting a dot on a map. In Riga or around Riga, we can ask according to community in Riga or in Jurmala and elsewhere. That's important for users to kind of point out the vicinity or the community where you would like to find something. On mapping, we have several layers, topographic map, Cadastre map, from other mapping services. So it is possible to search by layers, by different layers. On the tool bar, there are several filters. You can ask and use filters coming from land register. All of our users want to use their separate filters. All possible filters you can classify or partition your transactions by selecting what is interesting. Let's say for a specific transaction. Let's say he's an evaluator and he has to compare 3 similar transactions, and this is what the person gets. Initially, we get the information that we have downloaded from State Land Register on transaction. Then we add the advertisement that we most probably can found. Then we add information on connected or adjacent transactions, let's say a garage or a land. Then we add pictures. Let's say for previous transaction there was a facade picture, and we added to that, as well as comments and a map. A Google Beat, a Google Street View, or others. Similar information is also on advertisements. The advertisement itself with all the information, related transactions, history of the advertisement, let's say time of offering. Sometimes it's important that the ad is hanging there for a month, as well as other advertisements of this address, comments, and a map, which allows users to see the full picture, how this property got to be sold. On let's say land register, you can see that this property was sold for 50,000, but there are no pictures, there are no related transactions. But we allow the user to understand that this was a transaction, this was the advertisement. Advertisement was placed there 3 months ago. The price was reduced by 2,000. This is the deed, the time of the transaction, and these are the adjacent pictures. And that is the main advantage, that every party can have a look at pictures of the property. Why? I wanted to talk about reliability. We are talking about traditional values, about crediting outside of Riga, especially valid. And for this discussion, we wanted to show how these data look from our perspective. As an example, we took the second largest city, Daugavpils, and we took one-room apartment for recent 12 months that we could find ads on. All one-room apartment transactions in Daugavpils that were advertised somewhere. On the first axle, there is the transaction price. On the other axle, the ad price. if the price was one and the same, all the dots would have to be on the black line. But as you can see, the dots have separated from the black line, showing or creating lots of problems in data. By kind of putting those data together, the average transaction price is 7,300, but the ad for the same transactions is around 13,000. So the difference between the ad and the transaction in this example is 43%. In the case of Riga, this merge is 26%. And the further there are, you can get banking credit, the more you can observe this discrepancy or a gap. How you can use this data? Because without this information, you cannot take a decision. In the case of Riga, we have selected those out of 300. We took 70, and made this chart. By returning, you can see that the difference between the ad price and the transaction price actually makes it quite complicated for the evaluator of the bank or immovable properties. Also, if, let's say, talking, Bank of Latvia made a survey on giving loans outside of Riga. Why? Because the prices are very low. But we believe that the pricing is not the only reason. It is also due to the reason that all the prices are not shown during transactions. And it is very important for cadastre purposes, especially where this information can be acquired. This is a short summary how these 70 transactions look like in a histogram. Out of those, on the right hand side, only 20 transactions differed the price of transaction between the ad by 23%, but for the majority it was even more, close to 50%, 43 or something, which makes us pose some questions. And in one sentence, this is the answer of our purpose. We allow users to kind of select or see the transactions and those transactions that are reliable from those who might not be reliable. This was shortly from me. Thank you. Raiti, any questions on this wonderful case of usage of open data? Because both Victoria and Jānis talked and said that this is the situation where the data can be ratified, validated. And you see that there is a feedback. And this is how data economy looks like. The first steps in data economy, how we can add value to the data and receive even more reliable data. Any questions to Mr. Sheen? 1, 2 sold. Any questions? You had a question? Yeah, yeah.
I imagine this is very appreciated by both buyers and sellers and private people. Is there any part of the real estate market that have been less excited about this because they would prefer to not have that clarity on the real estate market?
before you, tad jautājums bija sekojošais. Viktorija jautāja cenu klubam atvainojiet.
Victoria asked to the price bank, to cenu banka, the following, that of course the valuators do the validation, but maybe someone is not so happy about this, in which
private users as private citizens is not very common for us. It's mostly used by legal entities. As I said, brokers, appraisers, banks, non-bank lenders, everyone else. And it has been one of our aims to get this information to as much as or as many as possible private users, but the traction hasn't been that good because the system is quite heavy and you should be pretty professional to use it. Not pretty professional, but somewhat professional. And we have a 4-hour private access. You pay €6, get a 4-hour access, but it's going up, but it's very slow. We're now working on a product that is specifically for private users, for B2C, and hopefully it will solve that. But as regards to your question, have we heard someone who's very
Unhappy.
so to say, unhappy with it? No, because those discrepancies, they don't happen, they're not common in one group, so to say. There's no one group that is saying, okay, now we will only show half of the real transaction in the data. There's no one group. It's just a lot of private individuals. And for legal entities, sellers, so say developers or someone else, there is no such problem. Okay, big developers don't say, okay, let's take half in another way. Yeah? This is not so common. But for private users, we hope that more and more users see this. We hope that this can help. If everyone knows that the tax authority or someone else knows at what price did they sell, and that's easily checkable, it should help motivate people to show more of what is the transaction is.
Tad latviski, proti vairums no lietotājiem cenu bankai ir privātās institūcijas, aizdevēji bankas, nekustamīguma attīstītāji, nevis privātie iedzīvotāji, tad civilie. Tas ir numur viens, līdz ar to tas pietiekoši ietilpīgs process gan šo datubāzi izmantot. Un būtiski, jā, vai ir sūdzības, nē, sūdzības nav, ja ņemot vērā, kad tie, kas tirgo operē, te nav vienot homogēnu grupu, kur būtu sazvērējusies, vai ne? Tie ir dažādi cilvēki dažādās operācijās, bet šis risinājums, protams, palīdz un ir tāds mazs mājiens uz vidu, tā kā, hei, valstī notiekās dažādas lietas. Ja kādam interesē, jūs varat painteresēties. Tā kā tas, manuprāt, ir akurāts situācijas novērtējums. Kāds jautājums?
The moderator provided interpretation into Latvian that was previously said in English by the respondent. Next speaker is going to be Pīters Brūns, board member of LTD Sangis. How many of you know Sangis company? Very good. So to the other half, you can now tell what do you do. I'm very happy to be here and represent you and us. We are a company working with geospatial information, and Cadastre is one of geospatial information types. And this is what we do already for more than 15, up to 20 years. And we have somehow gone through a cycle of Cadastre development. We have followed the development of Cadastre very closely because we had to use Cadastre data. My story will be less technical than you probably might think of. It will be more of an experience story, what we did and how we worked with land register, what we had good or bad, what we had in the data, what we now have now, what we have reached so far. On Cadastre data as such, in previous presentations it was mentioned, this is our blood or the basis for our commercial activity, data is the backbone for decision-taking, why we will do something or not do. Historically, the accessibility of this data, at least for 30 years, they have been impacted by technological and historic aspects, and how we use that and how it has changed. When we started and when we got the Cadastre data, we had them in this data integraph version, 7th micro station, rather heavy format, but it can be read by and written over by anything, which allowed us as students then to use this data. Because Valdo license programming could be used, or during those times it was easily used without a license, but we did not do that. Specification was quite simple, and we could script and work with those data. And we receive the data, we have the specification, we can convert easily due to specification, we can make them user-friendly we can use them in different GIS formats and visualize due to specification or tailor-made requirements up to the interpretation. What we can do, we can first look at the data for us and users. We don't have to use several files, Cadastre groups. We work with it as one big data unit, according to Cadastre reference, according to specification, whether it's a centroid or a dot, or and we can regularly update. So we have legal access to Cadastre data based on our agreement with the land register. So we can live with the same data as a land register. But users are quite peculiar. As soon as I am used to something, they want more. So let us say, can we calculate how far is this or that? And then we had to improvise, because the existing data did not provide us with the solution. But if there is a problem, there is a solution. With the same tools, we have access, and we know how to treat them. By filters, SQL separation, using GIS, we can now get the result. Later on, we use post-GIS topology, and we have now analytic units, land units that can be analyzed. This is how it is happening, the automized process. There might be some peculiarities where our expert has to be involved, but the process in the scale of Latvia can be automated. So these analytic unions are being formed, and what we are still struggling with, descriptive part, that is not regular still. At a later period, there was an access as Oracle replication, where we can enter data that can help viewers to understand better. The charts might be also added, or the description. And at the moment when we have this, we can derivate several products. First, cases when, let's say, due to municipal or public, for municipal or public objects, there is requirement by a new legislation that municipalities have to have cadastre numbers attached to these lists. I have seen people walking around with pens and papers, but now they don't do that anymore. We do it through this program, whether we have management rights to full extent or partially. In 2009, 2010, we had to prepare also, let's say, street register. I understand that there were some municipalities doing the control measurements physically, in person, remeasuring everything and then putting it all together with the cadastre in order to understand how long the roads are indeed. We used orthophoto and high precision scaling, mapping, topographic mapping, and we got the reference piquetage attached and all the other calculations. Some other examples when this same tool was used, but this was the most prominent one when how we measured all the streets and roads of Riga. With municipalities and public sector, everything is kind of well, but it's not so well with the private sector. This is the time when in some companies there is so-called parallel reality, because in order for companies to plan their work, they use their own so-called cadastre, and they are doing it on their own. Sometimes they do precise measuring, but most often not. Sometimes they use border plans and measure coordinates, and then do the edge matching. But sometimes it is too discrepant, not precise. And this is the problem. This is how people do the drawings. And then it is even added by the following. They take public municipal planning, georeferencing, and redrawing those territories. And many forestries or agriculture companies believe that they have understanding of what properties they own. This refers not only the problems of private sector, but usually this was the time of the past. But nowadays the cadastre data is opened, and our process is simplified. Thanks to the land register, we can take the data and analyze. We don't have to do anything else. We have the ready made result, and we can add upon it. This part is much more easy. We eliminate several stages. Public sector also does not have to explain to their clients that they can directly get information from land register. So this is one more problem, that internal data circulation is not complete or not used. This is not to blame land service. This is our own problem. But those questions are being solved. we have Cadastre text data, and we can use them. Of course, there are some challenges because many people have not encountered such data format. Specification is one thing, it helps us, but this is a new learning curve for experts, how to understand, how to read those data. Because we have encountered only interpretations or versions, because they were elaborated by land register specialists. We study those data. Programmers we're trying to use all types of modeling. The information is there, but you have to know what you want to dig out. But it is possible to get anything out of those data from the land register. The biggest problem now is to know what you want. Very often, people do not know what lies within the data, accessible data, and what they want to excave, to dig out. And similar to prize bank solution, at that moment we also had, in cooperation with Riga Forestry, we prepared systems for forest taxation. Initially, the appraiser had to acquire a license for accessing the data. Now it is automated. Within seconds, data chosen territories are clicked on, and you can read the data. We see the same data that land register and forestry service sees, and we can add and aggregate that data. And the forest taxator does not have to run around or measure, because previously he or she had to use 2 or 3 weeks to acquire all the maps, all the information. And now they can give the permits or answers to clients within days, not weeks. Potentially, you can also ask for risk analysis, either whether you are a forest worker or landowner, agriculture or forest landowner. Those data can be analyzed. Old versus new, we had many cons during old life, but there was one pro. From my perspective, the one good thing during old times was specification, or DGN. The question that arises time and time again from municipalities, that according to polygons we do not understand which border have been measured, and that is the matter of precision, whether, let's say, a tractor driver can drive right on the border or not. It is not a matter of life and death, but if it was corrected, it would make our life much easier. But we have to go on with what is there. I would suggest not to be able to use GeoParquet. Data specialists would love that, and your as end users life will be easier. And I did not hear during the presentations any safety issues concerning Cadastre, but every one of us who take the data through DataGo LV and we acquire and understand those data better, meaning that potentially land service can choose the best specialists. And we have our own copies of Latvian Cadastre. If there is a force majeure situation, it cannot be manipulated because all the copies that I own or Davis in the CSP or whoever took a copy, all the copies cannot be corrected or tampered with by villains. There might be some issues that might be introduced for earmarking, for mismatching. Open data is actually for our benefit and for the benefit of our data security. Thank you.
Paldies, Pēterim. Mums vajadzēja.
Thank you, Pēteris. We needed to settle one technical issue. Are there any questions? Because I believe this is a very good ending to our discussion. This is a bi-directional movement, because yes, there are data, but then they are also stored with the users, so that if there are any problems, then we can retrieve these data. Are there any comments or questions at the moment? No, it's Friday afternoon and you seem to be tired. Pēteris is a very well-known expert, and you can ask him questions later as well. And now let us give the floor to Vita Narnicka, who will speak about the future of Cadastre in Latvia, or a dream to come true. Hello, everyone. It seems that we are on the same wave today, because Pēteris' presentation was a very good introduction to my presentation, and I completely agree with him when he said that we should develop what concerns data. Now I want to speak about where we are at the moment, which is not present in many other countries. For example, we have special data on land and properties. Also, we'll have information entered by or brought by the owner to the Cadastre. Currently, we have a 2D Cadastre. We have already included special data on ownership. This is a matter for the future. And we also have cadastral values. When we speak about what we see when we open internet, when we look at future reviews and our future steps, I think we should focus on this, because we should be ready for the reality in 5 or 10 years. For example, AI. We have mentioned it already. We also have climate change and monitoring climate change. We also have to speak about sustainability. Maybe it's not so popular in Latvia, but in Europe it is. Also quantum computing. There seems to be no link with Cadastre, but there is. Also smart cities. We spoke about that during the first part. I think it's a matter of 5 to 10 years, considering the speed of development. And of course, then security and safety. Since 2022, this has been the most worrying issue for all of us, and we should be able to reflect on that. AI and Cadastre. I'm quite often asked what will happen when AI will know everything from ChatGPT, and like you will not be needed as a state register because ChatGPT will be able to tell everything. But I said no, because ChatGPT will only know what we know. We will need to teach the AI, and we will need to use its advantages to improve our data quality, because AI allows to significantly speed up routine tasks. Considering the current technology, I believe that in the nearest future AI will not produce data, but of course will use much more data than now. Next, climate change. In Latvia, we tend to think that climate change is good because we need or less heating in winter, or the heating period is shorter. Unfortunately, we will also have negative changes that we can currently even not think about. We already heard about Green Deal, various modeling situations, and cadastral data are an important foundation that allows us to monitor these changes, changes in our environment, in our buildings, and so on. We'll have droughts, we'll have storms, we'll have floods, and no one can tell how it will happen. But when it comes, we will need data to make decisions as quickly as possible to realize what is our current situation. Sustainability and cadastre. The word sustainability seems to belong into the welfare states of the West, because it seems they have nothing to do, everything is fine, and then they can contemplate on issues like sustainability. But I think that they maybe are so off before because they have been able to foresee future trends. They can be forerunners instead of followers. And I believe that sustainability should also be taken along as our value, because sustainable thinking is related to the fact that maybe we should do properly today and not quicker and faster today, so that today's decisions will not deprive us of opportunities in the future. At this moment in time, the cadastre also plays an important role, because we have a lot of data on buildings, on structures, on roads, and so on, that help us understand the current situation and also allow to monitor changes in real time. So it allows us to monitor changes. Of course, we have already had many discussions with experts to ensure that cadastre will serve these functions. Maybe, yes, we'll need more data for that, but maybe we'll also be able to give up some data that we are currently keeping. Quantum computing, many say that we will never face quantum computing in our lives, but this entails not only the physical processing, but also the mindset of processing of data. Why is everyone so much into this idea? Not because it sounds nice, but because we have depleted the growth potential considering the current technology. But as we have more and more data, we want to work more with these data, and we need to change our approach. And it is clear that quantum computing will reveal totally new aspects and facets, and we will be able to store more information, different type of information, because currently geospatial data processing currently is limited by the computing power. Because I suppose no one would want to open cadastre.lv and wait for 8 hours to see a detailed 3D map. We want that in 2 seconds. Of course, quantum computing will allow us to refresh the data faster, but also will allow to process data in more ways and to develop in more ways. Smart cities and the cadastre. I think we already spoke a lot about this topic during the first part. I believe that wherever this has happened, cadastre has always served as a primary data source. And yes, though we have 2D data, it still provides a lot of information, like contours of buildings and so on. And then we can supplement these data with additional data. I think cadastre data will also continue to be an important source of data for urban smart cities. And considering standardization, Cadastre also helps to compile specific data, but it's clear that smart cities will need more data, and then the cadastres will have to speak with smart cities to understand what their needs are, or whether these are simple needs or strategic needs. That would entail a collection of information for the future. We also need to preserve the historic dimension. Next, society, defense and security and safety. What concerns the public, probably we tend to think about aspects that we have heard from Ukrainian colleagues, though I can say that security has always been present on our agenda, including before the war in Ukraine. In any case, I can confirm that considering the fact that rescue services, police, army, and people who plan what to do in case of such emergencies, so all of these aspects become ever smarter, ever more digitized, and they use more and more cadastre data. It's clear that if we speak about emergencies and we need to evacuate peoples, and the cadastral maps allow us to understand how many buildings we have, what are the evacuation routes, how many people could live there, and so on. So you don't need to find someone who knows this area, because you have digital data and you can just go and find. So it allows to save many hours, and in such cases, in emergencies, every minute counts. It is clear that these data can serve as a source of planning to deal with these situations. They also help us manage risks. For example, to understand whether the construction density and the street width are sufficient. If we have this X hour, also people tend to avoid speaking about falling the cadastral data into wrong hands, and this fact in itself can undermine the society. I think all of us have seen movies like Ocean 11 or similar heist movies. So they always take a layout of a specific floor, and then they understand how they should get to where they should get. And we also have such layouts in our databases. Or on the other hand, if a hostel is on fire and the rescue, the person in charge of the rescue just gave us 15 minutes to give him the layout that allowed them to mitigate the consequences of this disaster. So data will still be there, but we will also face threats. And so in the future, we'll have to make sure that data are safe. And we should also make sure that if the safe hands become unsafe, then there would still be minimum risk. So we have to find the right balance. And having said all of this, we have to think about the future of Cadastre, also in light of data. We realize that we'll be in the metaverse. I think you have all seen sci-fi movies where there are 5 lines of traffic moving along buildings in the air. I think that we will eventually have this kind of society, and the data should be sufficient to help to manage situations like this. Data should be ready also for the AI age. So we have to prepare all data descriptions. We have to do everything to avoid incorrect decisions in the future. We should be able to use data to make sustainable decisions and to monitor their implementation. because we are moving closer to the so-called data age. And it means that not only officials or politicians, but also regular people will base their decisions on data or feelings or some books that claim to know everything. I think we are moving towards a different situation in the world. Data should also be able to track the climate change. Also, in security emergencies, data should allow us to quickly make decisions and properly respond to such situations. And if we look at the summary once more, so how should a cadastre be able to work in the future? First, less documents, more data. We should move to a situation when data are sent in electronically. We should update the data faster, and we should think about not only about 3D, but also about 3D plus. We should be able to see the history, what was there 1 or 2 years ago or 5 years ago. We can imagine that with today's knowledge, but if there are other future developments that could take place, they will mean additional tasks to make the data ever more valuable. Also, data sources will be more numerous in the future. This will be data not only from various administrative bodies, but also from persons, as well as from various sensors or smart sensors or cars, for example. For example, a car, while driving on the road, collects information on the road condition, and maybe eventually we will learn to compile these data and to update the road profile because 10 cars crossed that particular place 10 times during the last hour. And I think there could be many more future developments that we don't have time to discuss now. It will also be important in the future to make the data as updated as possible. It means that the data should be updated now, not once per 15 years or 20 years, but immediately after changes. Also, data should serve as a crisis management tool or management support tool, because it's clear that in crisis situations, decisions should be based on objective data and considerations, and then it's much more important than awareness of the fact that 50 years ago in a book was written that you should do this in such situations. And one wish, and it's also my conviction. It seems that today we spoke a lot about things that could or could not happen in the future. But I think it will be faster and more than we can imagine at the moment. And I would like to tell that dreams become a reality if we have a vision, a plan, and courage to continue strive towards what we want. So I think that a smart city and 3D cadastre is a matter of 5 years and not 20 years of future development. Thank you. You can stay here, and the final part will be panel discussion. You'll be able to ask questions to Vita during the panel discussion. Hello, our viewers from Delphi. Now we will move to the final part of our conference, and now I would like to invite the panelists. Andis Miltēna, Deputy State Secretary and Law Policy, Ministry of Justice. Let us welcome her. Vita Narnicka, Director General, State Land Service. Una Krutova, Senior Geoinformation Expert, Latvian Geospatial Information Agency. Pauls Jansons, Head of the AI Development Unit, LLC TET. Ins Dalderis, board member, Alliance of Real Estate Developers. And in the middle, please.
Tā, mani sauc Viesturs Celmiņš, es esmu pilsētplānotājs, un mēs...
Hello, I am a spatial planner. And now the last 45 minutes will be dedicated to panel discussion. So let us add vitamin D to our conversation. You can interrupt each other and continue, which might not be characteristic to our mentality, but let's make it interesting for all of us. We will have 3 parts. I will start with atypic question as to what you like, what is good, so what we are proud of, what has been done, because we are doing quite well, but we tend to look only at negative things. Then we will talk about challenges that we've heard of, and we will analyze them, including on AI and quantum physics. And if we want 3D, then we cannot use old processors. We have to use the new ones. I'm looking at my TED colleagues. And we will finish with what we have to do in order for this dream to continue on a wonderful and positive note. So I urge now, Vita, you to tell about good things that we have completed. Sanjis has already said some good things that we have done that we are very happy about. Vita, please. I think that I can continue what Peteris already mentioned. In Latvia is the biggest open data provider from all the cadastres in Latvia. Let's applaud ourselves. We have fully mapped all Latvian administrative and ownership borders and territories, as well as we have a public cadastre that other countries can only dream of, and they are trying to achieve what we already have, including Estonia. I will be your consciousness. We will also criticize. We will manage to criticize. But now let us talk about positive things. Una, what you consider to be proud of? We have quite active geo-society, and although we tend to be negative, but on fundamental issues we can join forces and do together. Community, geo-community. Community is very important. It is also very modern. Mr. Dauders, it is more and more difficult to find something positive. Yes, hello. I will start with the following. Developers whom I represent, they highly appreciate the dialogue with the land service and the cadastre that it has been established. Thinking how to make it even better, we will talk later, but I would like to thank colleagues from Land Service that we can directly and actively talk. This is important indeed. For many organizations, this is a good example how one could communicate. And this cooperation is very good, like a precondition. especially if you are asking who is asking for data. Universities also talk about this issue, namely data protection, data usage. This is not simple, and I am a lawyer, and the questions that we talk about today are not my daily questions, and it makes me step outside of my comfort zone. But on a daily basis, I take care of state land service, and I feel that this service is on very positive dynamics of growth. And in Latvia, we have caught the moment when we have a very full speed developing opportunities, namely that we are not catching the train, but very often we are already there, and sometimes we can be the mechanics of the locomotive. By the way, this was a big compliment. Pauls, we are not running behind. Very often we are steering the locomotive. Indeed, we are very glad that data are accessible. We use them. I am new to TET company. We use data. As soon as the data became open, we started using them immediately, and I'm very grateful for that. This is also maybe an opportunity for other companies and entrepreneurships how to use them. This is the 22nd century. Mr. Dauders, you already mentioned what you want to achieve. Vita already set the picture from the private perspective. You are the developer. What are the top 3 things that could be done better in order for public sector to be more useful for private sector? Indeed, we as private sector Cadastre measuring procedure, how the data are gathered so far and historically, we have had some problems. Also in different institutions we have had problems. If you also speak about data of premises, in-house premises, apartment building premises, they are based on very old appraisals and measurements. For us, the most important is the data should be there, but acquisition of the data should be simplified and should be in a digital format, very easily doable. Mr. Dauders, you have an example, very good. Now, for example, if you are building a new house and you are entering the data, we trust the data that have been entered there, but later on you don't have to amend those data, and until the registration already in the land register, you can rely on that data. And if this data can be used in the future, it should be made available, and it should be indeed made easily accessible. But how about reliability? Because you enter the data, but who is going to make them reliable to verify the data? We can go on and discuss for eternity what data are passed, how diligently how scrupulously all the amendments and changes are entered. For companies, this takes time, and time is money, and everything is calculated in the project. And if it takes too much time, we might be reluctant to start a new project. So we have to work together in order to reach reliability, but at the same time not to create additional problems or consume time and money and work for additional verification of measurement. So some people might decide not to develop because it takes too much time. I'm not saying that not to develop, but it is all calculated in, and it will make the project more expensive. Previously, we spoke about less documents, more data. Una, time to time, we have to re-evaluate, and very often less is more, or less is better. What Vita said, and Anda, that data supplier should be should be a system, because most of the data are entered or acquired automatically from databases. So sometimes we collect data just because we have been doing it for so many years. And do we need a client as a postman? So Vita, how reachable is what Ince said. Part of what he said is true already since last year. We plan that until the end of this year, 40% of everything will be registered from sped up procedures. And in time, this process will become even shorter and even more reliable. We apply agility principle. We do one thing, then we reevaluate. For example, roads are registered all in an automated way from the building and construction data. Vita, Uno, are we there? Registers are talking to each other. We have started thinking about talking to each other. Colleagues, anything else apart from measuring and transporting data? Maybe it is a bit outdated question. Anything else that should be discussed? AI will help to compare data, to see what is registered, what is not registered. I, for example, recently registered an adjacent building, and it was a very lengthy process. I cannot say what exactly has to be done, but I do see that AI could help for identifying and for safeguarding the data and selecting data. This process between state land service and developers, maybe there are other institutions who can pass this best practice. Or maybe some other institutions have registered and made those registers codependent and interchangeable. I cannot answer that question, but I'm indeed thinking about that we have to talk to each other, and we don't have to do the same task in several institutions, but I cannot tell you an exact example. And all of this seems too promising, almost suspicious. In this process, how we safeguard data protection and other things concerning GDPR. How we can make sure that we are still on the right track. This is still a cadastre. This is not some kind of idea generating think tank. Cadastre is lucky because it does not contain many personal data, only the owner. And the GDPR is sometimes misinterpreted, making excuses that we cannot do anything due to GDPR. We have very little classical data that could be treated. And by the way, GDPR does not forbid to treat personal data and to manage personal data. But let's say I live in an old type apartment building, and I want to learn about what are the possibilities for this this community to apply for renovation. How reluctant will the municipality be to share information on owners? Maybe this will be the impeding factor, and people will not be able to or willing to pass the data on. The strategy is that if we want to collect the data from every one of the owners, maybe the owners do not want to pass the data because they are too lazy. But we have to gather this data in a different way, and people have to be explained what would be the benefit for the society for this data to be precise. When we open YouTube and look at smart city, we want Riga to be a smart city. But if we were asked to pass some personal data in order for this smart city to become a reality, we are reluctant. But this is the issue of communication. We have to raise awareness of the society that data individually might not be so valuable, but if gathered together, all the data, this can indeed add to the quality of our life.
I think you shouldn't be worried because the state land service will not come. I think your fridge will reveal everything and tell if you are not overusing energy because on food because your apartment is too cold. Now I would like to ask a question to Pauls. So if we want smart cities that decides that your washing machine is too expensive and also confiscates your travel money and pocket money of your children. So I think we also have various ideas about 3D and 3D plus. And it requires a totally different performance. Because currently we can wait for a long time until we receive the desired data. So how can we deal with this enormous amount of data that is reliable and trustworthy? So what engines should we acquire? What energy should we acquire to ensure green power to data centers and so on? This is a totally different type of infrastructure that we currently don't have. In Latvia, definitely, now we don't. AI is based on video cards, on video chips, which are very expensive. And if we want to buy them, we have to wait for at least half a year because everyone wanted those already yesterday. Also, we need servers to store data, and they need totally different capacity because each entry is a data unit. But considering the amount of data used by TET, these are like small data. Yes, we have a lot of data. We have 300,000 customers, and every minute they do something. But this is still small data. What about the future? Vita just mentioned each building has a 3D model and like a layout and including real-time data. And let's say temperature plus 38 and what happens with the person who lives on the 5th floor and is older than 80, so his health may be endangered. So this is some future scenario. So we know that there'll be a heat wave, and then these data allow us to see what to do in these situations. So what investments do we need to have 3D or 3D plus data in the future? We should not do that just for its sake. We need a specific reason. We need to realize what benefits we will have. So smart decisions. We have to understand what smart decisions. Yes, we can think about a digital twin. And that would sound nice. For example, to legalize an attachment building annex that was 50 square meters, I needed to ask for 30 approvals. I would want a situation where I need to ask only for 2 approvals and the rest is done for the system, done by the system. So the Pauls has offered us a topic for discussion about large stage computing. If we face a crisis, let's say heat wave, or there is other crisis. So what is your approach to your data centers, to strengthening your data centers for them to be ready for the future, like future-proof? So what has the State Land Service done in this regard? This pertains to performance. So there are good news. We have a ministry called Ministry of Environmental Protection and Regional Development, but they have the so-called powerful clouds, and our infrastructure is there since 2023. So this was a push forward because we can quite quickly get additional power. Of course, the Latvian State Radio and Television Center should be able to do that, but I see that they participate in many large-scale computing initiatives in Europe. And this makes me, as a director, more secure that there are other professionals that I can trust. Una? Yes, no? If there is demand, and if the amount of data increases exponentially, probably there are people who will also think how to process such data. Also, I also have this reverse approach, but what happens, let's say, like in Ukraine, when we run out of power and internet? And what will happen with our powerful clouds? And I think the British included this as one of the scenarios in their crisis plans, because one day these technologies can just disappear. But speaking about quantum computing, I think these large data could be processed efficiently. And 90% of data are non-business data. These are just our interactions and streaming online and so on. For us to ensure the performance that we expect to, that the postman is not someone physical, but a data system. So if we want these modeling and simulation tools, they just need a totally different capacity. So let us finalize the quantum topic. And I guess the future lies in the clouds and compatibility. And to do that, we need quantum technologies that are not cheap, and we have to wait for them. So we're not speaking about 50 years, but maybe 5 to 6 years. For example, the municipal police already use drones for monitoring purposes, and that means much more data than before. For example, there are drones on Vecāķi beach to see who has swum too far into the sea. So we will start buying more servers instead of uniforms and use subcontracted services. So in this case, we would need quantum computing capacity. Is this totally unachievable, or maybe we have solutions that could support public agencies and public bodies that could offer these services? Other colleague, I think, is more knowledgeable, but I can tell that currently we are testing quantum ciphering, and we use quantum keys that are actually already available. I cannot provide more detail, but this information is available on our homepage. Yes, quantum computers will be theoretically available, but so far there hasn't been any need. Now about sustainability and climate. Mr. Dauders. About climate and sustainability. I have heard a story that in the nearest future I will not be able to build what we want. There will be ever stricter standards. For example, if you want money from Scandinavian pension funds, you will have to build by default sustainable buildings, like that entails the entire cycle and energy and resources and so on. Considering all of this, will you de facto have a very accurate information on new buildings? That could be a very good resource for the land service, and that would allow us to monitor the buildings, whether, let's say, heat is recuperated and so on. Have you discussed this with various bodies? Not with the land service, but I yesterday spoke with the Ministry of Economics. Let's say the latest amendments to the Building Performance Directive, I think they were introduced last month, and I asked the ministry what they plan to do with these new targets, and we discussed potential directions. And I represent those who build new buildings, and currently all of them are energy efficient. Almost all have the certificates of sustainability. And the capital that supports such investments or the investors are very responsible, and so I don't see any risks in this regard. I think there are more risks in historic buildings, including Soviet buildings, and there is just an enormous number of these buildings, and this is something that the society will have to decide. This decision to increase by 16% by 2030 and all buildings neutral by 2050, this is a very demanding target. Of course, there will be some exceptions, but basically building owners will have to have these energy audits, will have to understand what is energy performance. Of course, we follow that on the European level. And organizations like ours cooperate and communicate quite actively. So currently we don't see so many concerns what concerns new buildings, but in the future we cannot know what happens. And listening to your discussion, I remembered about our historic center in the context of sustainability. This morning we had a meeting with Riga Mayor and the head of respective departments, and we spoke about data that we have and how much has been invested in these UNESCO heritage buildings, into the renovation and so on. And it turned out that the construction board has not the slightest idea how much has been invested, how many square meters have been renovated and so on. They just didn't collect these data. No one hid it, but they didn't collect. They just have information that there are construction permits, how much has been put into operation and so on, but they don't have data. And these are actually expensive buildings. If we wanted to rebuild the historic center, it would cost 100 billion. So every year we have to invest 4 to 5 billion to maintain these buildings at the current condition. And we had this discussion and found out that there are no data. And maybe Cadastre could be the best place to compile these data. No, the city doesn't have. Maybe you have. The mayor asked us why the developers want to build new buildings outside the center and don't want to renovate the old buildings. This was the question. And then we tried to understand, to show. And developers said it's just too expensive. And not so much maybe so expensive as difficult, complicated, because there are many bureaucratic obstacles. And this is bad that we don't have data. So what can we find out from the Cadastre? How often owners of respective buildings from Old Riga approached the Cadastre when data were changed? Historically, maybe not always amendments had to be made, but this is what we can retrieve from the data. This is possible, and that's why we have the Cadastre. So maybe if we think about data that we collect, maybe economic aspects are also important for us to understand what we can do in the future with these unique areas. So if we say that Cadastre data will be of critical importance for us to understand, for example, the situation with energy efficiency, if we don't have data on Old Riga, what about smaller settlements, villages or whatever, or maybe Vita has hidden them somewhere? We have an archive from 1947. It of course depends on the municipality. We can probably find things, but briefly saying, we have data when construction permit was requested, and we also have data on changes made before commissioning. And maybe some basic information we could retrieve. But basically, this belongs to the construction board and its archive. And also us, as a service, we face situations that, for example, there was municipalities that didn't know how many buildings are not put into operation but are actually used. And then we also use artificial intellect, and this allows us to assess the situation. But maybe to finish this topic, from this discussion, I understand that the construction board doesn't know that something is in the Cadastre, and if we know how to look for, then we can find. And this is not officially recorded. It's not like I will send someone to notary, but could this happen? Maybe Mr. Dauderis can come with some flowers and ask for the data and get them. Yes, of course, we can compile data from the construction board, from Cadastre, but someone has to do it. Someone has to check what was done. No, we cannot do it quickly and easily. It's either or. But for the city to plan its development, these data are mandatory. I hope that we'll not start collecting them this year. We'll have to find them. So I don't know, it will be quite complicated because they are archived. I think what concerns the last 15 to 20 years, it's more or less digitized, so you can find. Yes, maybe we can get a total insight about each building, but then you have to have aggregated data. You have to merge everything, and this is a huge task. Maybe I can do it. Anda.
Un mēs saprotam, ka mums ir labi, ja kāds no
We have a Green Deal, and it would have been good that someone already 50 years ago would collect data on insulated buildings. Our grandparents who collect things were actually right, because you never know what might come handy. We better gather everything, and then maybe it will be used. So, questions from the audience. Microphone will be provided. Hello, I'm Peteris. I represent the Central Statistics Bureau. In 2021, for the first time in Latvia, during consensus, we use Cadastre data. We used them already on 2011. But on 2021, we understood that those data are not complete in the Cadastre. We looked for additional data sources. We talked to municipalities, and one of the data areas where data was not complete was on centralized heating, central heating, and centralized water supply. We talked to municipalities and asked to provide us with addresses, knowing that those are clients of municipalities. But municipalities could not provide that data, and it would have been good if our state land service could cooperate with municipalities and could extract those data. Historically, building data or this data was never collected. Finally, we agreed with State Land Service. We had the census from 2011 about the building data. And where Land Service did not have the data, we took the data from 2011, and this data could be added. Any comment? From my behalf, I would like to say that we had indeed very good cooperation with the Statistics Bureau, speaking about the data about amenities. This data was blocked by the municipality central assembly or council. I don't know why, but I hope we will get that data. Speaking about Green Deal, we are facing the truth that we will have to provide data on the state of play of buildings. We don't have that data. Even we don't have data on centralized sewage system, on centralized water pipe. We never had specific addresses, and directly specific addresses could not be acquired. This has to be thought over, and if you get that information too has to be added to the Cadastre. You're taking note? Yes. These were intentional procedures, and we know that. And this is what we at the moment talk over with municipalities, an association of municipalities, what data will be collected and will be passed to us. replica from me what data we have and what we don't have, I would like to say that we don't have a unified data based on engineering networks, nor about addresses where they are present. Any recommendations, comments from the audience? No? Then I have the last question. Spatial planning of underground, above ground, also in the air, or free space for drones, which will be a new or future infrastructure, where we will have to use the full potential of subterranean and the air. This is our dream, actually. We hope that, and finally, all the roads will be registered in Cadastre. When we will do that, we will start talking about the airways. Let's start with the ground and then with air. Colleagues, this is it. Now I would like to tackle the final notes. In some words, what are the tasks for private sector and public sector? Data management, as Jānis already said, who are going to be the ones managing AI, data literacy in general, data sharing, including resource sharing, maybe some specialists can use by several institutions, compatibility with registers, anything that we have to add. You can start from your own perspective, Pauls, especially when we talk about AI revolution that we hear. And in most municipalities, there is a shortage of IT specialists, let alone AI. There are no data architects or data specialists in municipalities. Indeed, for municipalities to be able to speak the same language as data specialists in the capital. And this is data architecture. Before we talk with registers, we have to talk to people between registers. Are we far from these data architects in municipalities? I have not heard of any. We lack these data architects in our company. I represent TET company. We don't have any data architects. We have data specialists. Okay, and what is the homework for public and private sector? What are we lacking in order for to still stay in the locomotive? I don't want to talk about home task. Home task would pertain to some things that have not been done, that was missed. But it is important to talk about what should be done in the future. The experience of the world shows that the areas with civil and military competences develop the fastest. And Cadastre is the map of Latvia. And through this civil military application, this sector can develop rapidly. And our home task is not to be too cautious or too low with our ambitions. This is the moment for being ambitious. 3D cadastres, augmented reality, digital twin for Riga. This might be used for different purposes, 3D plus, etc. Mr. Dalderis, tasks for the future. Speaking about private sector, indeed, I could wish for everyone to think about and to raise our digital skills. Although everyone always thinks that public sector is to blame and the private sector is very clever, it is not so. Very often data is accessible to a public sector, not to private sector. It is often easier to say that we don't have the data. It is a two-way street where public and private sector has to work together. And let us not solve all the problems with new administrative burden or new cabinet regulation or new request for submission of a written request. It might and should be done with less bureaucracy. Una, what is important for me is a digital gap. We live here and we sit here in Riga above everyone and speak about AI, but in Burtnieki parish, my neighbor, a farmer, does not understand anything, but these things will impact him as well. So this gap should be decreased. Geo-literacy, user knowledge is something that we have to talk about. Otherwise, we would come up with 3+D, not 3D. So not to do any other things, but to explain and educate. And introduce new specialists and teach them at the university. Task for state land service in the nearest future to establish an image that we are trustworthy data source, not data measuring in archaic way by physical measuring and taking a long time. We in State Land Service, we have data architect, but I want us to have more data scientists and for us to come up with more data and less documents. Thank you very much. Let us applaud to our panelists. Pauls Jansons, representing TET, Ins Dalderis, from the Alliance of Real Estates, Anders Miltāne, representing Ministry of Justice, Vita Narnitska from State Land Service, and Una Krutova from Latvian Geospatial Information Agency. We will have some words from Vita as about the steps to take. Thank you very much for your participation.
Paldies!
Thank you to everyone who came, to those who followed us online, who used this sunny day to think about cadastral data and maps. That could be a very complicated topic, though it's practically very useful. Thank you for your stories and inspiration. This will help us to better plan and solve various cadastral improvement problems. We'll be able to come up with smarter solutions. So in the nearest future, we will implement a single real estate development procedure that will include many things that we discussed today, like aligning of registers, transition from documents to data, and so on. And I would like to report to you in 2 years that we have managed to achieve all of these goals. Thank you.